And one. Okay. Well, welcome in, trainers. Hi. How are you doing? Nothing has happened this
Don't answer
week.
that question.
Nothing's happened. Everything. There's no war in Ba Sing Se, aka Eos Island. There's no war.
It's a really boring week here in Pokemon Uniteville. So we're back again for another Underdunk. Yeah, not too much to say. Really just playing a game, getting some teams together like we always do, and not too much else to say. No horrors.
Yeah.
No horrors.
Smim got blocked, like auto-modded. Hello, I am the lost Pokemon Unite player looking for a new home. Auto-modded.
He got auto-modded.
Oh, well,
it's crazy.
You found the home of Pokemon Unite Grassroots. We are back. Underdunk 86.
And maybe now we will be the home of Pokemon Unite, you know? You can never give up hope. It's all Underdunk now.
Yep.
This is your only chance to participate in competitive Unite moving forward. So I would suggest that you get your 5 stacks together because it's us or nothing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, from what it sounds like, I've seen they sniped me like HR. Oh my gosh. From what I've seen throughout the Twitterverse, Discord, all of that is that there's a lot of things dropping off. I know EX Frontier is canceled their leagues. I know that there's been other things that have been canceled here and there. So I'm not sure like what all is going to be around, but you can count on us every week or every other week, depending on availability. We're going to continue running Underdunk with or without a broadcast. Some days I might not be available to do production just with work schedule and whatnot, but I know we're going to continue running the tournaments as long as there are going to be players to play. You count on Underdunk. We're still going to do that. I think the other idea is potentially bring in some weekend tournaments here and there when there's interest and availability. Obviously, there's going to be some very big tournaments, right? It's not the end of Pokemon Unite yet. We don't know what's going to happen post this year, but what we can do is continue to give everybody a place to play, a place to prepare for the next, whatever's next in the championship series, whatever they're going to be calling it now. November is a short time away for whatever open regional qualifiers. So I imagine there's going to be practice that needs to be had for the qualification to the Husky. Where they call it, the AOS Championship?
AOS
Crown.
AOS Crown. Yeah, and I know that because I was like, oh, like the Triple Crown for horses.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing now. Yeah, the
Husky and I are gonna do. We're gonna cast Uma Musume. I don't know if you.
We're gonna cast Uma
We're gonna
Musume
cast
PvP.
competitive.
Yeah, we're gonna cast competitive Uma Musume instead of Pokemon Unite. Maybe a little bit of a different genre. However, I feel like it's still pretty similar to what we already do. So we shouldn't have much trouble transitioning over, but we're still going to do Underdunk. It's just sometimes Underdunk will be Musume instead.
Yeah, sometimes. And I know
sometimes it'll be Pokemon Unite. Sometimes it'll be Horse Girls. I don't know. Show up when you want.
Show up when you want. But yeah, we're still going to be running our tournaments. So until you hear otherwise, it's going to be what's going to be happening. There's still, as long as there's an official tournament to be had, there's still going to be practice. And you got to think about it this way too, right? There's so many other games that have never had support from an official tournament capacity, and all they have is grassroots. I mean, you look at the Super Smash Brothers scene, and all they have is grassroots. They don't have Nintendo support.
Me and Bram were talking about Melee.
Long live Melee.
When I had my crash out last night, coming home from work. Well, one of the few, but like we were talking about this earlier, like I'm on antidepressants, so I didn't fully crash out because I can't really feel anything. But I felt enough to crash out, and Bren reminded me that Melee's doing well. And I was like,
Melee-
we will be Melee now. That's going to be me and Kyle running the show. We're going to do it. Locked in.
And just a heads up for everybody too, we'll get back to the Melee part, but my internet has been really wonky all day long because there's the heat dome, there's all these fires going out, and it's been a little funky. So there may be some connectivity problems at some point. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully they have everything fixed sooner than later, but I don't know. But yeah, no, Melee is doing quite well. Every year I go to Riptide, and you should see the crowds there. It's insane. It's a bunch of nerds at a grassroots tournament that hosts 1,000+ people entering in a tournament. So there's still obviously the grassroots stuff, and maybe if Unite continues to hang around, we'll look to be like your official tournament. So fingers crossed that we still have a job, quote unquote, here in Unite.
Yeah,
it's
we already
been so
got
fun.
fired.
I'm so sad. This might be cope, but like
no, it
this
is
really
cope.
really sad.
Like it is cope. But like I feel like this is just kind of the second hit. Like for us, I guess we've already kind of felt this like hit in the head with like what's really going on with Pokemon, Like I feel like so many people, she's gonna go on a woke rant, here she goes. So many people have been under this like capitalism, Pokemon is great umbrella of like, they're perfect and I get my plushies and I get all my stuff, and maybe they make bad decisions sometimes, but it's okay. And we already kind of got like shot in the head with that when we got kicked, and kind of were like, okay, actually Pokemon is an evil capitalism company, even though we still love Pokemon. And then this is kind of like the second hit, but this is for some people, they're like first hit in the head. Like this is the first time they're realizing like Pokemon sucks. Like this is
Mr. President,
this company
they hit the
sucks.
second head.
Mr. President. Mr. President. This is the second like this is our second tower, but for some people this is the first tower. So like some people, like this is the first time they have to be faced with like, wow, Pokemon like truly does not care about this game or about its players. Like it's just caring about these arbitrary things. But I feel like I already kind of, I don't know, like I not coped because I'm still sickly, but like resonated with this idea of like, yeah, this will happen. It's just a matter of when it will happen. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am very surprised that they have decided to pull it for next year, because there were signs of it continuing through 2027. And I don't know, I guess maybe this was probably, or maybe perhaps it was like a recent, like, actually we don't want to, and they really did plan at the beginning of this year for it to go through 2027, but they probably got a major like knock to Unite's revenue over the past couple of months or so with the changes that people have really disliked in Unite. So yeah,
release Pokemon Unite 2. Just redo it, scrap it, redo it.
Pokemon Unite 2.
Bundle it up.
And we never got auto chess.
Yeah, we never got auto chess. That would have been so cool if they were to release that. I think there's still potential. I'll continue to cope until I get the word that it's dead forever.
Continuing to huff the copium.
Yeah, gotta. In this economy, I'm gonna take whatever I can. Let's talk about, I guess, the format today. So we have 3 rounds of Swiss. We have 11 teams competing. And then I believe how we're handling it, this is something we're trying out. 3 rounds of Swiss into a top 4 single elim. So it'll be the top 4 teams out of that Swiss bracket will then go single elim into the champion. But we are all-star draft today. And speaking of draft, it looks like we are just about ready for our first game.
Oh, yippee!
Yeah, we did it. Delta Storm as well as Border Buddies Right now, obviously, game number 1 means that all the Pokemon are on the table, with the exception of those 6 up in the ban slot. First ban's going to be Psyduck, as well as one of the newest Pokemon, Yveltal.
Yeah, wow. Yveltal is an option, which is crazy. We didn't talk too much about the recent patch that went live today,
true.
but Fraligator got a little bit of a nerf, but from what I've seen, it's still good. Sylveon got a little bit of a nerf as well, but I've seen it's also still good. Did Umbreon get a buff? Didn't it get
It did.
pushed up a little bit?
Yeah,
so not surprising to see that being banned either.
Yeah, it got a pretty decent buff, and it definitely seems pretty strong from what I've seen. I haven't had a chance to play test it yet, but still pretty good. Rest of the band's going to round you out for Alligator, Blissey, as well as the Snorlax. So a lot of the usual offenders. I think Blissey, and anytime there is one of those like hyper carry Pokemon, which I feel like there's a couple still, I think getting a ban is usually pretty valuable. Something that we haven't seen too much of, though, is going to be this Lapras first pick.
Yeah, Lapras first pick is interesting to me. I don't think this one was changed. Actually, I should probably pull up the patch. Actually, I wouldn't even know where to find it. I'll get it later. I know that Clefable got some changes. They love buffing this thing. They love to buff Clefable, and then they break it, and then everyone's like, why would they ever buff this thing? And then they nerf it again, and then they're like, actually, we really want Clefable to be good. Anyway, that's what's being considered here for Delta Storm. They've also locked in this Mega Charizard X, another Pokemon that we don't see a ton of, but it's still remained decently strong, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it's just like really bulky, and when you have that backline healing from the Clefable, it just stays alive forever, especially in that mega form, which seems to last forever when you have it, or when it's going against you, but when you're playing it, it doesn't last long enough. I think it'll be pretty good. On the other side, though, the Alchemy, I feel like this is still my favorite supporter right now, especially when we're talking about healing supports. I still think this one, obviously, I haven't played too much of the Clef since the patch, actually 0, because it just happened. But I still love the Alchemy. I think it's one of my most played supporters over the last like 2 or 3 seasons.
Yeah, Alchemy is really strong. Its healing is super strong. It just requires some placement related things. I think that's sorry, I'm getting like a text about, here, I don't know how many of you guys also are experiencing this, but from the fires in Canada, it's also very smoky here. So my TA is texting me like, you should have online class tomorrow, and maybe I will. We'll see. Anyway, Aegislash as well, another Pokemon that got buffed. Wideguard got a buff. It still kind of feels like Aegislash is good, like it's always good. But I guess we'll see like how much better it has gotten with this little bit of a buff.
Yeah, and Ho-Oh getting played here too. I think that's always really fun to see. It's one of those defenders that you don't see too often, but a big Unite move could really spell some problems for the border buddies, or sorry, for Delta Storm, especially if they're able to hit that right in the opportune time. Big Kyogre fight, because it's going to be the map that we are on here in the winners bracket. Well, I guess not in the winners bracket. This is just Swiss. I need to change that. Fire production. Round 1, game number 1. Delta Storm going to be on your purple side. Border Buddies going to be on your orange.
Yeah, they are going to be moving this Charizard and this Clefairy up to the top path, taking this sword to the central area. What's the first one? Is a Honedge the first one? Yeah, Honedge, and then Duo Blade.
What
is it? Yeah. Dude, I always, for some reason, forget the second Evos. But yeah, taking the Honedge into the central area is an interesting one. I guess they really want that level 5 first. I feel like they would try to give Charizard those levels. I wonder if Delta Storm will go and switch these two Pokemon, or kind of share the central area moving forward after this first clear.
Clear underway. Moltres hovering in the top part, going to try to steal away this Baltoy for themselves. Easy pickings for them. That's going to get the Alchemy online, but Looks like Duoblade is looking for a top gank as well as this Haunter who's hiding in the tall grass, looking maybe for an ambush play, but I think Delta Storm's very wise to play this slow.
Yeah, here comes the Gengar. This is a tough central area gank from Delta Storm. It is going to be Hex. They're going to jump right in, try to pick up some KOs. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out. The Duo Blade already goes down. It's really tough to deal with a Hex Gengar on that central area gank. But look at this. They pick up the berry.
No,
and no, they still make it out. Triple KO streak for this Gengar. That's going to be huge for them. Nearly level 7.
That was illegal. Very unfortunate for Delta Storm. Gengar now hovering that level 6 near level 7. It might also mean that they look for an invade on this Dual Blade, and that is going to be the alchemy there with them as well. See if Dual Blade can maybe steal away some of their own central area. Clefable here with the Moonlight healing. Dual Blade's going to go on in. Gengar's getting some of those iframes, but it's going to be the Ho-Oh that takes down the Dual Blade. And the Lapras takes down the Alchemy, so actually not too bad here for Delta Storm.
Yeah, not too bad. Gengar does also finally go down, but here comes the Sylveon as well to back them up. Lapras will go down after they get a 2 KO streak, so not the worst for Delta Storm, but also not the best. They're still losing a lot of their central area. Border Buddies has moved in really hard to try to take some experience away. So they are just pushing any advantage that they can get, plus this Moltres in the top path getting some stacks. They're level 7. They're looking really good.
Looking fantastic right now. Delta Storm, well, 720 birds are going to be on here. Delta Storm really unable to press forward, but they do have a little bit of an advantage now if they want to try to take it. Finally get this Charmander into a Charmeleon, but still going to be the Clefable that's going to fall down this fight. Moltres trying to get away, but not before they take a double KO. A third is going to be found from this Alchemy, and Border Buddies keeps on winning.
Yeah, they're going to keep on winning for sure. But, oh, this is going to be a little bit of a little overextension here from this Ho-Oh, trying to get just 1 point in for another stack, and they're not going to be able to get it. They will go down, as well as that Sylveon was also trying to score on the Tier 1 goal zone. So a couple of KOs back the other way for Delta Storm, but still 134 have gone in for Border Buddies. Only 4 points have been able to make it in for Delta Storm, and they're still looking for a Charizard to come online.
Charizard online would certainly be a positive thing. They finally do get that level 7 away from screen. We'll see if they can defend this Regieleki from going on in. Instead, they're just going to go ahead and let that break. Lapras on the front line getting shredded by the Screamion, and Border Buddies looking to press forward. Phantom ambush onto the T2. Ooh. Good response from the Espeon. Alchemy going to set up the cake, but here comes Charizard. No Unite move, but they're going to lay down all this fire. Are they going to be able to defend here once again? Aegislash does take out the Sylveon, and Border Buddies finally starting to fall. Front line in this Moltres is going to have to dash away. Nice little nice little gravity from the Clefable, and now Gengar goes down. That's a big catch for Delta.
Yeah, that was huge. Taking out that Gengar right there. That's a level 10 Pokemon. You get some big experience from that. And I mean, just look how behind that Delta Storm still is. Espeon just now ticking into 9. Charizard finally has a Unite move. But this is pretty good for Delta Storm. You know, they had some good plays there. They had the Espeon Unite move that was huge. That gravity to be able to pick up the Gengar. I think that they were able to mitigate a lot of the damage that Border Buddies wanted to do there. And these are the kind of plays in the mid game that gets the team that's behind back into the game. And here's the Charizard. They're looking for a Unite move here, but Moltres is going to be really tanky. It's going to be difficult to take them down.
Moltres gonna just retreat now with Charizard hiding in the tall grass in that mega form. They're gonna go on in on the Sylveon, immediately deleted. Aegislash was able to help there. Ho-Oh's gonna rekindle the flame, bring the team back. Big engage from Border Buddies. Charizard X gonna be the first one to fall. Lapras on the front line, likely down. That's 4 members down. Just the Aegislash trying to sustain, and they're gonna get a little bit of a punch back. Alchemy Gengar trying to take down 2v1, and Aegislash gets the best of them. Points gonna be inevitable. 40 points in. It's a 28 over.
Yeah, I mean, big 3 KO streak for Aegislash, but this Gengar, I mean, like, they got ahead early, and it's really difficult to catch back up. I think at this point, you just gotta hope for the Gengar to fall a little bit more behind in the end game and make sure that your Charizard and your Aegislash especially are caught up and at level 13 at least by the end game here, but these are two late game Pokemon. It's really difficult to make sure that they're online to match that Gengar early, and sometimes you can just snowball. But here in the bottom path, Border Buddies has taken this objective once again, moving toward the tier 2 goal zone.
Here we come, little Regieleki marching on, hopping along towards the T2. Lapras there to defend. Border Buddies looking to make a pivot towards this T1 top side. Ambush play set up by Delta Storm. There's the wide guard. Ho-Oh is going to absorb that damage with that Fire Spin. Alchemy Moltres as well as Gengar up here. Lapras down on the bottom side defending that Regieleki. Border Buddies going to be wise, and they're going to retreat. You see that the writing is on the wall, and that Delta Storm perfectly split defended those goal zones.
3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, and Border Buddies is still pressuring the enemy central area. And look at Gengar around the back. They're going to try to look for an opportunity to jump in, but Clefable is insulating the team really well. I think the problem is at this point the levels. Can they handle it with the Fluffy Cream Supreme coming down?
Yeah, there's the Unite move. Might be a tad late. We'll see if it bites the Border Buddies in the backside, but first KO is found in this next little scuffle. It's going to be Aegislash down. Delta Storm retreating back to their goal zones. Gengar on the backside deposits a little bit of Aeos. Now going to go for the engage. They're going to take down the Sylveon, or sorry, the Espeon, the Charizard, and the Clefable. Lapras might be next on the block, but here comes Aegislash looking to take down the fellow Ghost type, and they do.
Yeah, they are going to take down this Gengar, and this is huge. What we were kind of talking about before, like you get some big picks at this point. Now Aegislash is level 13. The problem is this Charizard. We have not seen much out of this Pokemon at all. They're only level 11, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, so we're going to be hitting the big 2-minute objective in just a couple of seconds here, and Border Buddies is going to be going into it with a Registeel buff.
Huge. That's going to be massive for the Border Buddies as this Kyogre starts to hit the map. Already a pretty big level lead. Level 14 on that Gengar.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult to deal with. They've got a Unite move available. Everybody's got one. So it's going to be a matter of, can Delta Storm get some picks? Can they, potentially isolate this Ho-Oh, make sure that the Unite move doesn't do as much as you would probably want it to at this point, but they're jumping in with big Fire Spin. Lapras already super low, and I feel like already trying to deal with this Moltres is going to be difficult with how tanky it is.
Oh, look at that. Sylveon starting to shred through. Lapras going to be the first one to fall in this fight. Charizard X is going to try to pick a couple up, but the Fluffy Cream Supreme is providing all the healing that the Border Buddies needs, and with a clean team wipe, this Kyogre is going to be free 99, 365 to 4. That's all year long, Border Buddies pushing forward.
Yeah, only 4 points haven't gone in for Delta Storm. They won some good fights, but I mean, with a minute left and this team throwing in more points, another 100 goes in from the Ho-Oh. Everybody's dunking all of their points in. I don't think it's going to be possible at this point for Delta Storm to make a comeback. I think right now you got to start thinking about, all right, back to the drawing board. What are we going to be banning out? We can't pick any of these Pokemon, but the good news is for Border Buddies, they can't pick this Hex Gengar again. They can't pick this Sylveon and Moltres that were so aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of the All-Star Draft mode that we have gotten to see over the last few weeks, and you're going to have to see, like, do these teams have multiple compositions that they're able to play comfortably? And that's going to be the telltale sign of your really good teams and then your mediocre teams is, can you close out sets when the pools are need to be so deep and you have to reach deep down in the pockets of, all these picks that maybe have not been played in a while? And I don't know. I'm really excited to see what comps that we're going to see in games 2 and potentially game 3.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about All-Star Draft. Like, you have to do something different every time. And I think that Delta Storm, from what I was seeing, they're mechanically playing very well, but they just struggled to get back what they lost in that early game. They lost top. They struggled a lot to come back from that. And even after a couple of picks, Border Buddies with that Ho-Oh, the Moltres getting online, like an ahead Moltres is absolutely terrifying. So I feel like Delta Storm, like, they know what they're doing. It's just that they couldn't figure out how to come back after suffering in that early game. So I think maybe pivoting to a more early game focused composition. Yeah, they had that Espeon, but going up against that Sylveon just kind of evened it out in the bottom path. Like, what can you bring in that's going to make your early game a little bit easier and make sure that Border Buddies doesn't snowball again? 125.
Super fun.
That's insane. 125k from that Gengar. Insane.
Yeah. So Tommy, the Urshifu guy didn't even need to break out the Urshifu this time. So Gengar is the new Urshifu.
Some players are one tricks, and I don't think I think that might not be the case.
Yeah, I feel like it's just like some players just have, a preference. So that's something that you're gonna have to think about if you're Delta Storm. Like, Tommy was able to grab the Gengar and didn't even need to pick the comfort of the Urshifu. And now you have to think about that being an option in game 2 and maybe game 3. So definitely something to watch out for.
All right. Let me just send this announcement to my class on Canvas. Oh. What do you think of this? No class tomorrow, parentheses, everyone cheered. That's going to be my title of the announcement.
I like it.
All right, team. Air quality is bad, and most of you rely on walking out to West Campus. Let's not do that instead. We'll have a longer class period on Monday. But I think we're fine with the pace we've been going. Work on your memos. Get them by tomorrow night, and I see you Monday. Stay breathing, Alex. What do you think? My students appreciate that.
I think they'll see the headline and not read anything.
Yeah, that's exactly. That. So I literally put anything I want in.
Put whatever you want. If you want, if you could give extra credit for reading, put it in.
I'll add something about Pokemon Unite.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm casting tonight, and would rather sleep. Okay.
Huge.
Great. Let's send that out.
Love it.
I only am canceling class tomorrow because apparently other people are doing it. Like the other instructors are doing it, so I don't feel like I'm always scared to cancel because like I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
But I'm like, so this is nothing to do with anything. I always end up so ahead of everyone else because like, and I'm a yapper. We know this. Look at what we're doing here.
This is the first I'm hearing.
I'm a big yapper. But I like get through. I cut so much like fluff in my classes, and I kind of just like, I get to the point and I have them figure it out. And a lot of times that means that I get very ahead with like the content.
Okay.
So I had my like weekly meeting today, and I'm like a full class period ahead of everyone else. So I'm like, it doesn't matter. I can like give that, like they don't have to have class because because I'm like a full class period ahead. The best ever. Everyone cheered. They loved me.
Everyone cheered.
Anyway, yeah. Game 1 was good. Border Buddies looking really solid. I feel like this is going to be a really difficult team to beat. Delta Storm did a good job like holding their own against this squad. But I think it might be difficult to kind of come back in game 2, especially after, I guess, kind of devastation in game 1, really not being able to find your footing.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. See what we got on the board. In the middle of your screen, your last picks from last match. So those Pokemon will not be available in game number 2 here. As you get through these bands, so far, so similar. Feraligatr, as well as the Yveltal, as well as the Psyduck, and seemingly this Umbreon too. So far, teams are pretty content with the bands from last game.
Yeah, I mean, there's just kind of clear, like, here's what we definitely don't want to see. And then you already have the 10 bans from last time that you don't need to worry about. Banning out the Comfey, always a solid ban. Sometimes people are confused by a Comfey ban, but I feel like banning Comfey means you're effectively banning out like a good chunk of the roster. So This time we do have it switched. So Border Buddies is that first pick, and they're going to pick up the Snorlax, one that wasn't banned previously. It's kind of a smart move. You know, they ban out Comfey. Delta Storm has to pick if they want to ban Blissey or Snorlax. Border Buddies gets the first pick, the one that's not banned.
Yeah, not bad. Snorlax banned in the last match, not in this one. Soup Chef gets that first, as you said. Now we're looking at support defender core here for Delta Storm. Mamoswine as well as the Eldegoss. I love a good Eldegoss game. I think I've played this Pokemon like a few times this season and it feels really strong, especially when you have some range damage dealers, which have been kind of popping back up in the meta. That Cotton Guard is really nice, especially to be able to give shields to multiple teammates. That feels really good.
Yeah, I feel like I've said this before. Like, Pokemon like Eldegoss and Mamoswine for All-Star Draft are really, really good second game pick. Like, game 2 pick, these are like top of the line because some of your absolute best Pokemon are no longer available. But things like Eldegoss and Mamoswine are always solid. They're just not broken. So I love to see these coming in. On the other side, we've got the Zacian Miraidon being picked up. Those are also really solid picks. So Tommy, considering the Urshifu here, they will go ahead and lock that in. And we get to see Meganium as well.
Yeah, Megan hitting the Thea Sky Runes. I haven't got to see this Pokemon play too much in the competitive circuit, but I've played it quite a bit over the last few weeks, and I think this Pokemon's still really strong, so I'm excited to see kind of how it sits into a comp.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's solid. Tinkaton, Mimikyu, Typhlosion. Oh, Typhlosion didn't get touched either, did it?
No.
Typhlosion didn't get changed at all, and it's still really solid. I wonder if Typhlosion will also be like a game 2 kind of attacker, because it's not really an attacker. Like, it's kind of more an all-rounder with a lot of attack. I don't know. What do you think of Typhlosion? Have you played some Typhlosion?
Yeah, it feels to me, it feels kind of like Fire Spin Armarouge in a way. In the sense that it does really well when there's some brawl, like I guess like a brawl comp. It kind of rumbles pretty well, but I don't know. I feel like it still doesn't. I don't know. I feel like it's still kind of in an odd spot because if you want to brawl, there's Pokemon that tend to do a little bit better. So I'm still not fully sold on it, but what I am sold on is Sautami on the Urshifu, who's going to the central area for Border Buddies.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one to have to deal with. Tinkaton, another late game focused Pokemon as well. Like, I feel like Delta Storm, again, just kind of didn't really focus too much on the early games. So they got to be careful here. Oh, and Miraidon Ari stealing that away in the bottom path while they're being invaded by the Snorlax. So Miraidon holding it down by themselves, and this poor Mimikyu being taken out in their own central area early. That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Soup Chef doing Soup Chef things, taking the blue buff, taking a KO. I'm also going to look for this red buff. Mimikyu a little bit late to respond, coming back from that Pokemon Center. But look at this on the top path. You're going to force that X speed out on the Meganium with that A-press pressure that the Gossifleur can provide early game.
Yeah, Gossifleur is really strong early. Sometimes I feel like people don't respect those basic attacks from LD enough. But here comes that Urshifu. It's going to be Water Bear this time, jumping right in. Here comes the Snorlax as well, buffed up and ready to jump onto the goal zone. 4 members of Border Buddies just going to start putting in some points. Chikorita even throwing some hands there. Poor Tink can't do too much.
Even a little bit. That's the struggle of a Tink early game. We're going to try to combat this with a little bit more A-press pressure from this Eldegoss now. But here comes the Zacian. Metal Claw is going to look to take something out. Urshifu invading the Mimikyu 1v1. Sal's going to force or push out that full heal and somehow get to safety. Soup Chef hot on the pursuit, looking to steal away another buff. Can they do it? Heavy Slam. Does look like they're able to get it. That's illegal.
Wow, that's tough. I mean, Shadow Claw's going to try. They do some healing, almost gets them, but it's really tough when you've got those buffs on. The Snorlax is even a higher level at this point. Like, that's just tough. This seems like it has turned into a little bit of a stomp for Border Buddies, in favor of Border Buddies, rather. And poor Tinkatink can't even get to that level 5. They're just being harassed up here in the top path.
Yeah, not a good start so far. Yeah, you got to get something, and I feel like Miffy could or Stuffy could probably just continually put pressure on the opposite side, but instead they're going to go towards this Regidrago, start ripping it down. Ducky also going to get caught in that tall grass, and oh, we do steal away that Drago, so not all's lost here for Delta Storm. They take out the Bayleaf, see if they get anything more, but Border Buddies get finally a little bit of a win here.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get a couple picks here or an opportunity to push on a goal zone, and they will be able to take down Soup Chef, but that was a good pivot from them to make sure that it wasn't the Mimikyu that went down, but it doesn't really get them too much. Instead, they're going to collapse over here on this bottom path. That actually could be really good if they can take down this Miraidon, push a goal zone, maybe get an objective in their favor.
Here comes the Regirock. Delta Storm putting immediate damage on it, and now we start to get some of these Pokemon online. Typhlosion up. Miraidon going to throw that Charge Beam from a distance. Mimikyu going in on the Bayleaf. They get that. Zacian going to have to back up a little bit. Tinkatuff going to get rumbled by all these fire flames from this Typhlosion. Another Pokemon goes down. Soup Chef. Mimikyu is going to shadow tag that Miraidon, but elects not to take it. And Delta Storm is going to lick their wounds and take their win.
Yeah, I mean, not too bad for them. Border Buddies can just kind of play it safe for right now because they are just so far ahead. And I feel like Delta Storm really should have done something on that tier 1 goal zone when they had the opportunity because like they had the Regidrago buff that they could have scored with or something, just put some more pressure on. But unfortunately not the case. Now 5 members of Border Buddies considering collapsing on this goal zone in the bottom path. And I think they will probably be able to succeed.
Ooh, Shifu's going to take out the Typhlosion. That's a big piece there, as well as the Eldegoss. There's that support core. Triple KO found. They're going for this Mimikyu, and they're going to bypass the Piloswine and get a 4-piece combo. Run down through the Flux Zone, and now they're going to take away all this XP from the birds, and they're not even going to elect to break this goal zone. They're going to continually deprive some XP to Delta Storm by keeping that one up.
Yeah, and Snorlax just so tanky. You know, there's a reason that this thing gets banned so often. Just the premier defender. It's really difficult to take down, especially if they're a little bit ahead. And it looks like it also is wearing that Rocky helmet, so dealing damage back the other way. Another thing that was buffed in the patch, the Rocky helmet. And then it's also just being healed by this Meganium with that Petal Blizzard. So it's difficult, even for the Tinkaton, who does some burst damage with the Gigaton Hammer, to be able to do anything.
And they're going to hold on to this T1 on the bottom side. Objectives starting to hit the map. Miraidon Enhanced Charge Beam's going to send this Tinkaton scattering back to their own pad. Reg Ice down here, and Border Buddies putting full send damage on it. Not even going to wait for Delta Storm to arrive, and here comes the fight. Urshifu going in on this Typhlosion. That's the first KO found. Tinkaton going to get met with a ton of damage, especially from this Miraidon. And a nice little eject button into the Gigaton Hammer is going to help dish out some damage, but that's not enough to survive. Urshifu frontlining takes another triple KO. They're going to leave this goal zone at 1, setting themselves up for a massive overcap on T1.
Yeah, Tinkaton did a great job of healing. They lived on 1 HP for a while, but they are just not, they just don't have the levels to be able to contend with Border Buddies right now. And Tinkaton can be really strong, but really it's one of those all-rounders that it can only be strong when it's ahead. And unfortunately, it's not. There haven't really been any KOs going the way of Delta Storm. Border Buddies has just been walking all over them. I mean, 221-0. They're just harassing every goal zone right now. Another 25 points are going to go in here. But look, Delta Storm moving up to the top path. Nobody's covering. They're finally going to get their first points in.
Hey, not all's lost here. 73 in. They're going to go ahead and break it. 102. It's a 22 overcap. Zacian, that's going to be an even better consolation prize. That might be one of the best prizes they could have asked for. However, they are going to lose that Tinkaton and the Eldegoss. Mamoswine shortly follows after. Well, they did get some XP, but you also started to feed that Urshifu once again. That's level 14 now.
I think that's a great move for Delta Storm. I mean, if you're going down, you're going to be giving away so much less experience than the experience that they just picked up from taking down that Zacian. And they also were able to get a goal zone. So a little bit more pressure on the map. So I think, like, if you're behind like that, that's a great move. Even if you do lose everyone on the team after, they're so far behind, like the Urshifu was going to be level 15 regardless. but I think that is still your biggest threat. Like level 11 on this Tinkaton, you can't do anything against this level 15 Urshifu.
Not yet. We'll see if they're going to go in on them. Miraidon passive is broken before this fight. Regirock's still here. There's that enhanced charge beam. You have some Unites starting to fly. Eldegoss likely going down. No, Eldegoss still up. Going to hold on that A button. Urshifu takes a double KO. Now going to attack that Eldegoss. That's a 4th KO for Urshifu. Level 15. Delta Storm also loses out on that Regirock.
I think they were just trying to see if they could get any Unite moves out of Border Buddies, but that's just, it doesn't look like they really did. I mean, Meganium gets their Unite move back constantly, so it doesn't really matter. But they weren't able to get any Unite moves. They gave up some more KOs, unfortunately, weren't really able to get any back the other way. So it's going to be difficult for them to deal with this fight. Like, I think Border Buddies has to make a huge mistake, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Big, heavy slam into the 4-person block.
Wow, Soup Chef made that look great into the power nap. 2 members immediately fall. Tinkaton likely next on the chopping block, and they are. Typhlosion, one of the final dominoes to fall, and with that Eldegoss going down, that's another clean team fight for Border Buddies, another clean Kyogre, and this should be all but it for them in this 2-0.
Yeah, they are going to cleanly take that Kyogre. We're going to look for some more points. Here comes Delta Storm. Going to try for a last-ditch effort to defend here, but they are just going to immediately go down. It doesn't even look like... I mean, with the healing of Kyogre, like, it's so difficult, especially if you're behind, to really do anything. Kyogre is really strong. Just so much healing. This team's already pretty tanky to begin with. Not too much that Delta Storm can do at this point.
I feel like of all the maps, I feel like Groudon has the best comeback potential if you lose out on the objective. I feel like sometimes like winning a team fight against a Kyogre can be like super difficult, especially like you said, when there is a tanky team that's holding it. I mean, in this one you have 2 all-rounders, you have Meganium who provides a lot of healing, you have Snorlax who has a great self-sustain as well as big shields. It's just so hard to take some of these Pokemon down. And then you have Miraidon that just gets to outrange everybody on Delta Storm.
Yeah, Miraidon was just kind of like...
so good.
Every charge beam felt like it was just obliterating the opposite side. Like, they really didn't get an opportunity at all. And they didn't really have any range. Like you said, Miraidon could just kind of stand completely untouched the entire time, and, you know, nothing was happening to them at all. 662 to 102, your final. There were a couple KOs had, 5 KOs had for Delta Storm, but this was a stomp in every sense of the word. 20 KOs for Saotani on that Urshifu. Miraidon also hitting over 100k damage, but this Urshifu, you know, you kind of just understand why this Pokemon gets banned against this player.
I mean, what else can you say? look at the damage taken from Anbu. That's, yeah, I mean, of any number, like, to me, like, that's always the most impressive. And that's not necessarily all on the attacker player. That's a lot on the front line. And gosh, Soup Chef is one of the best to do it on those defender Pokemon. I mean, kept that Miraidon protected, played super far forward, and yeah.
Yeah, 7,000 damage taken is crazy.
Adamant just says, I see her Shifu level 15 and just know it's probably Sal before you even read the name. Yep. That's exactly right.
Yeah, they're going to figure out a way to get level 15, kind of regardless of what's going on in that match. But yeah, Border Buddies going to go ahead and take this first set in round 1 of our Swiss rounds for this evening. It looks like some of the other matches are also starting to finish up as we move through round 1.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, round 1 we'll get done and wrapped up here with Border Buddies winning that 2-0. Round 2 hopefully will be up very soon, so we're going to take a quick break. I recommend everybody take a drink, grab a snack, take a restroom break, whatever you need to do, because we are going to have a fun night of Pokemon Unite. If I say so, and I do say so, we're going to have fun. I don't know. Anyway, be right back. we'll see you in 5 minutes, hopefully, and all that jazz. Okay, bye bye. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Not that button. I pressed the wrong button. Welcome back, trainers. Appreciate everybody being patient while we got these last bit of our round 1 action finished up, and we are moving on to round number 2. We are going to take a look at IMAX's team, literal name of the team registered, not just what we would normally say.
we're not just saying like
player.
we're watching IMAX. Yeah,
that's how it was registered. I did not make that choice. As well as AMG. I'm actually really excited to see this one. I obviously like having any members of the Goofy Goobers is always a treat. But I believe both of these teams did win their first round matchup, so this should be a pretty good one. I believe AMG won 2-1, and I believe it was a 2-0 for IMAX's team. And this is game number 1. We're going to be in Swiss once again, or not Swiss. All-Star Draft. It's not, or not. We are in Swiss.
We're doing All-Star and also All-Star Draft. Yeah. You're doing great, Kyle.
Thank you.
It's been a long
life.
Life. It's been long. Let's just make that very clear. It's been long so far.
It's been a time. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to reminisce over. I'm not at the stage of grief yet where I'm just like yearning for the nostalgic feeling of early Pokemon Unite days, but I feel like I'm getting there. Like I'm starting to like recount like how this game has like really positively impacted my life, because I want to think about the positives. Obviously, there's been plenty of negative, but if this game ever does shut down, there's going to be a lot of part of me that's going to be really sad because of all of the good times that there have been. And there have been plenty. There's been some bad times, but there's been so many good times. I'm going to be sad. Yeah. I don't want to be sad.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've definitely been yearning, but I'm always yearning. I think it's just part of my personality to yearn. But like I was thinking about, like, I bought a little Switch Lite just to play Pokemon Unite. I didn't even have one. And like I had just graduated from undergrad at the time in 2021. And I was like, and it was when I was living with my mom. So I was still living like in my parents' house, sharing a room with my sister and just playing Unite. And I would be playing Unite, and like I couldn't stream anything to anybody. Like I didn't have any Discord like friends or anything like that. I wasn't like in the community. I was just playing, and like I like literally made a Twitch account because I wanted to find people playing Unite.
Yeah.
Because I just loved the game so much, and me and Bren would play together, or like we weren't like living together, so she would like stream to me like playing Unite or like playing some other game so that I could watch. And it's like I am nostalgic for that, because like I feel like so much of my like growth, like becoming an adult, has been during the time that I like was playing Unite. So I do love a good yearn. So I love to make things worse than they are by yearning.
Yeah.
It's always a good time. Let me know. Put it down below. Like what like, how do you yearn? You know,
chat.
Let's talk about like yearning. What do we yearn for these days? I yearn for Pokemon being released with
the
coins, where you just bought them and everyone was really excited to try them out night one. That was a good time.
Yearn for the urn. No, chat. Drop whatever your favorite Pokemon Unite memory is. It could be a game specific. It could be a time that you had with maybe a friend that you've made. But I'm curious to see what everybody's favorite Pokemon Unite memory is. I think there's just so many to think about. I started playing. I played like a little bit after launch. I started playing maybe like 2 or 3 weeks after, because a bunch of my local Pokemon Go friends were playing. And I was like, oh, this looks like fun. Like, I like competitive games. Like, we could try this. And I was Husky. I was so bad. I I was terrible. Like, I
Oh,
think we
I
were
was
all
really
terrible.
bad, yeah.
We were all so terrible at this game, but we had so much fun. A lot of them ended up stopping playing because they just didn't like the format of the game or whatever. But a lot of them did play scrambles. So scrambles, one of my like long time friends. I've known scrambles since like the 7th, 8th grade or something. And I'm old, so that's a long time for those that
yeah, it's a
wondering.
long ass time. Jeez, that's like the
it's longer than a lot of
or something.
basically the 80s. I mean, I might know scrambles longer than some players have been alive. That's how long I've known scrambles. But he played League of Legends for the longest time, and I was like, "Hey, you played League of Legends. You might have fun with this." And he picked up Unite like so quickly. And like I had been playing for like a month or 2 months at the time, and he was like just wrecking people with Zero Aura. But yeah, so
yeah.
But
that makes sense.
None of them play
a lot
anymore.
of players, a lot of like previous MOBA players. Yeah. Anyway, there is a draft happening.
Yeah,
we've got some interesting picks here. Yeah, whatever. We don't want to talk about that. Let's just talk about something else. We've got Cerulege coming out, as well as the Machamp, Latios, like pretty good core here for IMAX's team. AMG picked up the Serena, which is particularly interesting. You know, the combination of, you know, one range attacker, the double all-rounder, and then a solid front line has been, I feel like, kind of the meta for a long time. Like the double all-rounder sort of meta where one of them is kind of like a speedster. I feel like that has been pretty consistent across teams, and that is what we're seeing here for the first game that we'll see of round 2.
Yeah, Serena's going to be really interesting because it's a Pokemon that can get kind of shut down early. We'll see if they're able to get this thing online fast enough to really provide that impact, because you have some pretty decent early game on the side of IMAX's team.
Yeah, some solid early game. Eldegoss and Umbreon are really solid early game supports, and Latios, I feel like, is the one where it's not really going to be great until later on. But as long as you get that Machamp and Cerulege to level 5, like, you can cook pretty well. I think it's going to be like, can Serena get those stacks in before that happens and make sure that she's at level 6 and, you know, ready to rock and roll, as they say.
That's what they say. That's what I've heard. IMAX's team going to be on your purple side, AMG on your orange side. This is round number 2 of Swiss. Exclamation point fire production, or fired in chat to fire me one more time. We have the Hoopa Serena on the top side, on the opposite side.
Yeah, Hoopa Serena, classic. Remember when Serena was so good?
Oh gosh.
And like, you know, that's just the meta was like Serena in top lane, and the only thing that can deal with it was like Lucario, because it was the only thing that had like the ability to stop it from stacking. But anyway, we also have Umbreon stacking here in this bottom path.
Umbreon trying to be the disruptor on the opposite side. Unfortunately, they bit off a little bit too much, and they go back to the Pokemon Center. And now it's going to open up the door for this top path push. Bouncy was looking for a KO on IMAX, but they're able to get to the pad quite safely. But here comes Scarf on the Cerulege, going to go for this Hoopa. Milan going to burn that eject button. Here comes Mimikyu to try to stall this out. Cerulege gets the best of the Hoopa, and we're also going to get a KO there. Mimikyu might go down. Boosted auto attack from Eldegoss. Not going to be enough.
Yeah, they almost went down there. They are going to collect both berries and kind of chase them out, but there's not too much that this Mimikyu can do up against the Cerulege right now. It just has such a strong game with this Bitter Blade, and they are going to get that secure as well on top of that center Altaria. But so far, both teams doing pretty well. They've gotten a couple good picks and a couple good moves here and there.
Max looking for a nice little stack on this Umbreon, able to get that one in.
Oh my god, it's the guy from the team. It's IMAX. His team, right?
I know him.
That's the guy. That's the guy from IMAX's team. Like, that's who they made.
Do you think they do you think that they named it after
Do you think it was
him?
because of him?
It might, honestly, I don't know. I think
crazy.
It's too early to say.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We do have Groudon, so this is gonna be the first time we are seeing Groudon in this evening. Both of the first 2 games of the first set were both Kyogre. So a little bit different here, but still you're going to see this Regidrago in this central area. Now, going to ignore the Regidrago, go for the KOs, and the Zapdos the only one to fall so far.
Yeah, that's pretty good, being able to take the Zapdos. Ooh, bold of the Hoopa to come back through the portal there. They have to use an eject button immediately. Not too much that AMG can do against IMAX's team in the central area. They will go ahead and take that Regidrago. It was the Machamp that was able to get it. I'm not sure how much they would like to use that for an opportunity to score, but it looks like AMG has organized up in this top path. Wow, what a shadow sneak there from Mimikyu.
That was crazy, and they almost got away with it, too, if it wasn't for that meddling kid and that Cerulege. But either way, AMG going to steal up all of that Altaria family, as well as these Natus. 4 members here hovering this top path. Objectives on the horizon, 7-minute mark. It's going to be Reg Ice up in the top path. Regieleki will find its home in that bottom goal zone. AMG going to make immediate work of that Reg Ice and gobble it up for themselves.
Yeah, just obliterated that thing immediately. I don't think IMAX's team was necessarily ready for it. I think they wanted to wait for a potential fight. But now that they do have everyone up there, Machamp jumps in, does not get the submission on the Serena. I don't think they wanted to commit just yet. But both teams kind of dancing around while Cerulege considers going for this Regieleki here. Zapdos is going to look for an opportunity to secure, and it is going to be Cerulege.
Oh, Cerulege almost didn't get it, but here comes that Revenant Ren, gonna slice through the Zapdos, met immediately by that Play With Me Unite move. Phantom Force gonna go underneath the ground, burn an eject button, and get away from Aaron Mack on that Mimikyu. Great Cerulege play there from Scarf.
Yeah, that was a really good Phantom Force, just to try to wait out the Shadow Sneak so that the Mimikyu couldn't take it, because if they were able to take that Shadow Sneak, they probably would have gotten that KO on Cerulege. But they also get that Regieleki in. They end up making it back over to the other side to score as well, while the rest of their team's up here in this top path looking for scores.
Oh, IMAX unable to score that 5 points of Aeos energy.
Oh, they
Eventually,
get it!
they finally get it, but they're going to pay for it. Zapdos takes that KO. Look at this Machamp, not yet level 9. They're still looking for it. We have some Unite moves falling. That's the Aeon Blast from the Latios. Serena goes down. Zapdos next on the chopping block. Hoopa gets sliced down by the Cerulege. That's 2 KOs there. Snorlax going to be the next victim. And IMAX's team is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Cerulege looking great. They let that 40 points go in from the
Nice.
Zapdos, and they're just going to try to go for more points here. They will get 2 scores in, now 258 to only 43. AMG does get the Machamp there, but I think ultimately IMAX's team made the right choice, going and pushing, seeing how much advantage they could get. Oh, they might be overextending a bit here, though, as they walk into the central area of AMG.
Got some of those Draco Meteors falling, and so far, Reverie is actually stacked up quite nicely halfway through this match. Regiroulette's going to be hovering that top path, and it's going to be Regieleki down in this bottom path. Shadow Tag onto the Umbra, and we'll see if Mimikyu wants to take it. They do not. Serena just kind of off lane and getting their stacks in. And it looks like IMAX's team actually looking to break this T2, maybe perhaps a little bit early, but Mimikyu with a good response there onto the Eldegoss, and Eldegoss does somehow get away.
He's usually not the support off-laning scores, but I don't really think IMAX's team needs to worry about it that much. Umbreon can kind of play both roles right now, and Eldegoss does break that in the top path. Oh, that's a big Hoopa Unite move, though, bringing everybody down immediately. Maybe they did need the Eldegoss with them, and 3 members of IMAX's team go down instantly.
Great play there from AMG. They lose their T2 goal zone, but they're going to get this Regieleki and potentially another one.
Ooh.
Yeah, Setfield, here comes Machamp, looking to try to punch through AMG. Regieleki finds its home in the T1. That goal zone's down. Aeon Blast onto the Hoopa, connects, gets the KO. Here's that Queenly Ascendant from the Serena. They're looking to take down Machamp. They do. Here's that response with that Revenant Ren. They're going to be able to take out the Zapdos. So good response there from IMAX's team. Are they going to be able to get Aaron Mack on the Mimikyu? They do. AMG bites off a little bit too much. Hands in the cookie jar. And they're going to find the back of the Pokemon Center.
Oh, I don't know why Serena walked into the central area there. I couldn't tell. I guess I wasn't watching. But yeah, they were pincered pretty easily and taken down there. But AMG did have a great moment with that Hoopa Unite move. I don't think IMAX's team was expecting there to be that much damage coming down. So they just lose players instantly, and suddenly AMG's right back in this. That Zapdos is level 13, which is always terrifying. At the same time, that Latios is getting stacked up. You see those Draco Meteors, there's a ton of them hitting right now. So it's dangerous for everybody, but it's still anyone's game.
And we're going to set the Hoopa portal down. Hoopa's been significantly nerfed this game, not because of a patch, but because of the lack of goal zones on AMG. So not able to really transport the team up and down like they would like. Still have access to that Unite move, but 2:30 on the clock. We're going to have a Reggie Rock buff here for IMAX's team.
Yeah, Machamp getting caught in the rocks there, but no big deal. Some buff to defense and special defense for this squad going into this Groudon fight. 15 seconds left. Look where AMG's positioned, Kyle. They're going to try to catch somebody out here. Oh, but I think they were caught out. They were sussed out a little bit here. And now they're just going to push in, actually. Started the fight early.
Oh, perfect response there from Mimikyu. Revenant Ren was trying to go off, but met with the play with me. Machamp getting caught in a blender, and that's the first domino to fall. AMG now on the offensive. Cerulege, next one to fall. Mimikyu is able to take them out. Aeon Blast from the Latios, going to try to pay a little bit of revenge. They do. Serena is down for AMG. We have the Latios trying to send damage onto the Groudon. It's already at a 3rd HP. Zapdos continually putting some pressure on. Here comes Mimikyu. Gotta look for the secure. Mimikyu gets Eldegoss basic attack. Not up in time, and AMG gets the Groudon.
Wow, what a play there from AMG. I love to see games like this where it's very clear that one team's in the lead for most of the game, but then the other team just catches them out or catches them off guard, does something crazy, and it ends up working out for them. Game's not over yet. They are going to try to score in here. There's a lot of damage coming down from IMAX's team still, but they will be able to break this goal zone and take the lead. Minute left on the clock. Umbreon playing a little bit aggressive. That guy from the team itself going to try to get some buffs back the other way. Not able to quite yet.
Not yet. We'll see what Unite moves we'll have online here in the next couple seconds. But right now, everybody is empty. Hoopa looking to get through this portal. Just able to do it. Cerulege was hot in pursuit. 90 points from Snorlax as well as 28 from the Mimikyu. Is going to extend the lead for AMG. Still with full pockets of buffs. Great submission by the Machamp. Zapdos might be in trouble. Cerulege takes them down. Power Nap from Snorlax. The prize is going to have to try to run away. Eject button burn. Another 12 points deposited. And IMAX's team making a beeline to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, they got one buff. I just don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, the Serena kicks the Eldegoss up into the air. They do get a Unite move out, though. Cotton Cloud Crash. There's 50 points in Cerulege's pocket, and they're the one with the buffs. They're going to make a last-ditch effort here. We got the Revenant Ren coming out, but it's just not going to be enough. Nobody goes down except for IMAX's team. And it's going to be AMG taking game number 1. What an end game for them.
That was a fun one to watch for sure. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Back and forth, and we talked about this matchup as we were going into this set. I was thinking, like, this is going to be very evenly matched. There's a lot of great players on both teams. It's going to be about who makes the right play at the right time, and you got to hand it to Aaron Mack on that one. I mean, Scarf had a perfect Revenant Ren lined up. I think about 4 people were going to get hit into it, and immediately disabled by the play with me Unite move. Perfect shutdown, and from there it was just easy pickings for AMG.
Yeah, I mean, they were positioned so aggressively, and that can go, one of 2 ways pretty much. But just the fact that they were positioned so aggressively, I think it caught IMAX's team off guard enough where whoever was coming through that top side was caught out by the rotation from AMG, and they were able to and prepared to just pull the trigger on their Unite moves and see who they can pick up. And I really just think it was one of those moments where IMAX's team was caught off guard. They just weren't able to respond. They weren't prepared. And look at these damage numbers as well. 57k from Hoopa. That's a really good amount of damage for that Pokemon.
Rude amount of damage from Hoopa. And I think that's the thing about Hoopa. In that Unbound form, it can be just kind of, especially when you have that Muscle Band working. I believe they were running Muscle Band, and just the extra damage that you get from that in that Unbound form. You just keep holding your A. If you're able to stay alive and hit a couple of stuns, I mean, it's a decent amount of damage coming from a supportive Pokemon. which Hoopa is never going to be bad. No matter like how much that Pokemon gets nerfed, when they have that unbound form and then you have that ability to bring the team in at any moment, reposition them in a big fight, it's going to always find a way to be valuable.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that they were using the Unite moves as well, just like it seemed very in sync with the whole team and what they wanted to do. And I think that even though IMAX's team, it seemed like they were very ahead the whole time. Sometimes I talk about this a lot, but sometimes you could just get confident enough to where it makes you make more mistakes, or it makes you not looking out for potential, picks from the other team or strategies that they're using. Because I think IMAX's team played the game really well. They broke top goal zone. But the thing is, when you have an objective that's, ending right up to when that final objective is spawning, the enemy team is going to know that you're there if you're taking it. Like, they know where you are. So AMG was able to position themselves knowing that IMAX's team was going to be coming down through the top pass so they could see if they can grab anything. And it did work out really well for them.
Yeah, it did. And I think this next game is going to be really fun, especially as we get into draft. We know what Pokemon aren't going to be played, and it's going to be those picks that we saw in game number 1. Again, the beauty of the All-Star draft is that you're forcing teams to go deep into their pockets, pick Pokemon that they may not be super comfortable with, or maybe be, one tier below of like a comfort pick. And as we maybe get a game 3, it's going to be even more obvious of how teams need to continually increase the Pokemon that they're proficient on in their class, and even be maybe a little bit creative with the roster that we have. But let's get into it. It's going to be game number 2. Looks like we're staying on the same sides.
Yeah, and it looks like bans are pretty similar so far across the board. That Blissey, Blastoise, I mean, another 2, but like, talk about Pokemon that are never going to be bad. Like,
yeah,
how long have Blissey and Blastoise been bannable Pokemon? Like, supports and defenders are just so broken in this game, but you need to like convince people to play them, I feel like. So they're just so good. But on the other side, for Alligator getting banned once again, they nerfed it a little bit, but it still seems like it's pretty busted.
Yeah. Hey, Darkrai ban is a little puzzling to me, because I feel like it's a supporter that doesn't, or not a supporter. It's a speedster that doesn't get played all that often right now, but I still feel like it could provide a lot of value. And I think the idea here, and maybe I'm just spitballing, is that IMAX's team wants to make sure that they're able to prevent one of those shutdown type of picks. Specifically, that Darkrai has the similar ability, like the Mimikyu, to send a Pokemon into that nightmare realm and kind of shut them off from the team fight, which is kind of what lost IMAX's team the game in game number 1. Mimikyu was able to shut down that Revenant Ren Cerulege, and maybe they're looking to prevent that here in game 2.
Yeah, I think they have a plan, and this Leafeon here for Scarf might be part of it. They don't want they want the Leafeon to be able to stay in the fight. There also could be the idea that Yveltal and Psyduck and Typhlosion were on the board, and they were like, look, I want to get one of those things. So we're just going to kind of throw away a ban here and see what AMG decides to ban, so that we'll just pick whatever they don't ban. And they were able to get that Psyduck first pick. But on the other side, Yveltal is coming into the game, so this is going to be the first time I think either of us are going to be able to cast this Pokemon. Very interesting Pokemon. Definitely very, very busted right now, but it is an attacker. So something like a Leafeon could be good to potentially deal with that.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Leafeon pick into the Yveltal, because, you don't really have a whole lot that can outrange it. I mean, I guess Delphox can, right? I mean, I think Delphox is still pretty decent once it gets online, though. But that's the big if, because early game, Delphox is going to be really struggling against that Yveltal, because that thing is a demon early on.
Yeah, that is a really tough Pokemon to deal with early. And it's interesting seeing game 2 here so different in terms of the team structures. We got 2 speedsters, coming in. We kind of got this Dhelmise with EXP share playing as the defender role, like, defender supporter type of role. instead of having IMAX's team go with any traditional defender. And, then the Psyduck is coming in, hoping, I guess, to carry this whole thing because this Pokemon has been banned very, very consistently and for good reason. It is annoying.
It really is. I feel like I 1000% agree. I've been playing that Pokemon a lot too, and it's not been banned away from me. It just has so many tools in its kit that can be just really frustrating. I really like the Bubble Beam right now. But let's get to it. It's going to be game number 2 of our round number 2 action. IMAX's team looking to try to tie this series up. They're taking the Psyduck as well as the Gibble Cheese up to the top half.
Yeah, and they also have this Delphox. I mean, a Pokemon that I absolutely love, but it is very late game focused, and so is this Gibble, this Garchomp. They don't really get good until the end of the game, and you're fighting against an Yveltal and a Zeraora, a Mew. So they're really kind of depending on this Leafeon to do their best to carry that early game. But look at this, the Dhelmise already getting taken down here early, just so much damage from the early Yveltal.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Leafeon takes them down. It's exactly the mission that they needed to accomplish early on. Swinub, though, they're going to try to stall this out as long as they can. They do not prevent that that little Fennekin from evolving into that Breakstone. That's going to be really big, especially if they're able to get some more experience into them early on. Top path not going very well for IMAX's team as the Zeraora provided some pressure.
And the strength of Leafeon is just being able to make quick rotations, pick up easy KOs, and then just kind of walk away. But Zeraora, with that spark, is also there, so it makes it a little bit more difficult for Leafeon to snowball the way that they would like to. They are going to come up to the top path, assist a little bit, but that Gibble is still just a Gibble, not quite level 5.
Yeah, still cheesing so far. Here comes Yveltal. Here comes Dhelmise trying to self-sustain, unable to do so. Chintium full HP, going to look to attack this Breakstone as well. Not able to get the KO. Going to harass this side of the map still. We'll see if they're able to steal away this Indeedee. Looks like they were able to. 12 points deposited by the Piloswine. But here comes Dhelmise on the defense. Here comes Leafeon. And they're going to look to take down that Piloswine. Ice Fang, but a full heal is going to cleanse it.
Yeah, a little bit of a delayed full heal. You probably didn't need it. You could have probably taken the Ice Fang and it would have been fine, but still, being able to get that KO, 30 points are going to go in. We almost have that level 8, and they're just going to charge right in, try to take down this Yveltal, but that Oblivion Wing is a tough move to deal with. It has a long casting time, so I think it's good having a speedster. You can avoid it potentially, but it's just very strong, and it leaves you that stun. It heals. Wait, no, that one doesn't stun, but it does heal, so it makes it even more difficult if it hits.
Regidrago gobbled up by that Leafeon off screen. AMG continually putting pressure onto this T1 goal zone. And look to score even more. I believe Zeraora at this point going to be fully stacked. Scarf going to get stacked on that KO as they take out Yveltal once again. They'll have access to their Unite move if they want to use it, but so far they haven't even needed it.
Level 9 now for the Leafeon and trying to jump in on this Piloswine. 34 points almost going in here for the Leafeon. They do have the Regidrago buff, and this time they will get it, but here comes Yveltal. They do have level 7 as well, so that is the move. Dark Pulse, that one's the move that does stun.
Yeah,
when it hits. Yeah, that one. So
have you played much of it?
One. I haven't played any.
It's
of it,
insane.
Yeah, I didn't get it yet. I haven't really been. I've been logging on playing like 2 or 3 games just in between stuff, and I haven't unlocked it or anything. But oh, look at the Zeraora. And here comes the Unite move as well. It's going to chase down this Delphox. They had to use an eject button. And the Leafeon does use the Emerald 2-step there. Spark is going to be able to chase the Zeraora away, but they will get out pretty unscathed, picking up a berry or picking up a little cream puff on their way.
That was insane ankle breaking there from Aaron Mack. They're going to continue pressing forward. Spark Wild Charge going to take out that Dhelmise. Big KO there. Yeah, AMG Aaron Mack was able to dodge the Leafeon Unite move with the Wild Charge. They were able to spark away from a few Pokemon, use those iframes, just essentially just moonwalk away from the whole situation. Psyduck's going to use their Unite move, but another Wild Charge combination is going to get him KO'd. Garchomp meets that Unite move with their own Unite move, and they're going to take out that level 10 Zeraora, but they're going to go down. Mew Unite move, Mythical Mirage into an Ice Fang. Piloswine gets the KO on the Dhelmise. This is all a bloodbath here in the central area.
Yeah, Delphox getting into it now. They do have their Flame Charge now, so they can start moving around, moving and grooving. Leafeon does go down once again as well, but kind of just trading KOs back and forth and off the back of Aaron Back's incredible play. I feel like when Wild Charge works, like it's so good and it's so annoying and devastating for the other team to deal with. But it's like, it doesn't always work. So sometimes Wild Charge just doesn't do anything. But I feel like this game, it has been very strong, especially since they're a little bit squishier without a traditional defender.
Oh my goodness, great hook there from the Dhelmise. Going to help take out that Mew. Another pull there from the Psyduck. It's a full-out pull comp here from IMAX's team. They find 2 KOs. Unite move from the Zeraora, but they get met immediately with damage, and Delphox is able to take them down. Regice on the menu now, and this fire type's going to start making its moves towards it. Leafeon going to join in the party, otherwise Delphox might be in trouble. Eventually, they do take it down. Regice earned here from IMAX's squad.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is a pull comp for sure. Your front line are just pulling. You've got the anchor shot, plus you've got this, what's it called? Psychic! You've got the Psychic as well. That also pulls you. But look, they're chasing down this poor Mamoswine. It's 5v1. Mamo likely able to get away here, but they are in time to be able to let the Mew secure that objective, but the fight's not over yet. Here comes IMAX's team, 3 down.
Oh, there's that Seaweed Snare from the Dhelmise all the way into the back line. Mew Mythical Mirage to try to slow this play down. Another one hook there from Dhelmise takes out the Mew. Dragon combo is going to help take out that Yveltal, but here comes Zeraora. Plasma Gale is going to take out in revenge that Garchomp. Another Psychic pull from the Psyduck. It's going to pull that Alchemy into a little bit of danger, but now you have the Dhelmise caught in a blender. Zeraora takes them down, and these KOs have been traded back and forth all game long. It's been a very close battle.
Yeah, very back and forth, and the score also shows it here, 158 to 133. It's still anybody's game. I mean, sometimes it's really like, wow, IMAX's team's not losing at all, but then sometimes AMG's fights are absolutely crazy. Looking at the levels here, IMAX's team does seem to be a little bit more in control, but now taking down Leafeon again. This Yveltal and Zeraora have both reached this level 12. Now Mew also reaching level 12. Zeraora leveling up again. So still anybody's game here.
Anybody's game. 40 seconds until our Groudon, I think. Or no, we are on Kyogre this game. So 40 seconds until that happens. Nice little anchor shot there onto the Mamoswine, but nothing really comes of that except for a half HP Mamoswine. Psychic now going to pull that Mamoswine again. Anchor shot hits the Yveltal. We have a Dragon combo. It's going to pull them closer and gets the KO. Registeel on the menu for IMAX's team, and they're going to completely zone out AMG, who has left the premises. Mew's going to try to throw a Solar Beam, but that's not going to be enough. 10 seconds until our Kyogre and IMAX's team is making a move.
But look at AMG. They're already positioned up here, ready to be able to take this fight again. But IMAX's team doesn't want to make that same mistake. Dhelmise taking a little bit of chip damage. Another big hook, but the Solar Beam comes in from behind. It's not enough damage to really do anything besides force this Mamo to back up. Look at Zeraora going for a hundo. IMAX's team decides, let's just rip it.
Yeah, they're going to. Half HP on the fish. Here comes Yveltal. Going to look to find a KO. Alchemy's going to set up the cream puff. And Garchomp's into the back line, dishing out some punishing blows, but that's not going to be enough. Zeraora going to throw their Unite move on the Kyogre. Who's going to get it? It's going to get sliced down. Holy moly, AMG comes out and grabs the... And I believe it was Zeraora that was able to get that last hit.
Yeah, Zeraora, and they're still living, too. I thought they got it and then immediately went down. Are we serious right now?
That's
2 games in a row. AMG snipes the game away after IMAX's team has a fantastic game the entire time. Mew gets a score down bottom. Zeraora's Hundo Burger really did a lot for them in that top path. But don't try this at home, of course. You don't want to backcap during the end game fight, but it certainly worked out for them. This time IMAX's team's got an opportunity to push. They have this top goal zone, and the score is not that, there's not a huge differential between these two scores right now.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, there's less than 2 scores, so it's not over yet. Nice pull there from Delmise, but AMG wisely is going to vacate that premise. Yvelto's going to dish down some damage to stall out these scores from going on in. A couple do hit the mark, 258, 325. Still an opportunity. Zeraora on the backside looking for it. Good pull, but Delmise goes down. Yvelto down, and we're going to look to push this T2. Zeraora on the backside gets a Hundo Burger. That's going to be the insurance score that they needed. AMG should be able to hold on.
Wow. What a game, too. I thought for sure, based on how that fight was going, that IMAX's team was going to take this. We were going to head to a game 3. That is not the case. AMG comes in, Aaron Mack on the hero Zeraora. Throughout the entire match, they were absolutely insane. They take the Kyogre right out from under them, and they're able to ensure a 2-0 victory. What a set there, Kyle.
I mean, holy moly. What heads up plays there from AMG, and finishing the Kyogre too. I mean, it was contested. I wasn't sure who was actually going to come out ahead and get that last hit. I thought that Delphox
I was looking for the buffs showing up, but I didn't see
Everybody died.
I was like, where's the buff? Like, the thing's down, but Zeraora was like in the middle of Wild Charge. So I didn't see the buff on them. What a crazy endgame fight. I mean, 2 times in a row this happens where IMAX's team has got the game like the whole time. Look at their numbers. This Delphox looking really good. But then Aaron Mack comes in with the Zeraora, unbeknownst to anyone else, and is able to snipe it away.
Yeah. I mean, what a set. This one was definitely one of my favorite sets to watch over the last couple weeks. This one, even though it was only a 2-0, this felt super competitive, right? I mean, two very evenly matched teams, and honestly, AMG making some, like you said, hero plays at the end to kind of secure this set for them. So that's going to put them in a pretty good position to come out of our Swiss bracket with potentially that 1 seed. Because we are playing, reminder for folks at home, we are playing Swiss here 3 rounds into a single elim top 4. And yeah, this set I think was probably very important to determine seeding going into that top 4 bracket. IMAX's team obviously not going to be done. They are obviously won that first set. Losing this set definitely hurts, but again, not done. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for round number 2. Husky, any final thoughts as we start to move forward and we get you to bed?
Yeah, I mean, what a set. I thought for sure we were going to see a game number 3 here, and I'm honestly a little bit disappointed. I feel like IMAX's team played really well. This could be, like, if this set was played over again, I feel like 100 out of 100 times we would see some different, like, unbelievable outcome that would happen. Yeah. These teams are clearly very closely matched. And I don't want to say it was just like a lucky secure, because it obviously wasn't. There was a ton of skill in it. But going into like the Hail Mary wild charge right there, when everybody's also in the pit from the other team, like that doesn't happen. That's not real. And this video game is not real.
Be in the pit.
Yeah, what a game, what a set there. It's gonna be really exciting moving through the rest of this tournament.
I agree. Any final thoughts on kind of the state of the game? I know you put out a YouTube video. Yeah, this one.
This is
Uma Musume.
Yeah, so tomorrow casting some Uma Musume customs. Let me know if you guys are down to join. No, yeah, I mean, we kind of said everything that I think we wanted to say. We'll be here, you know, anytime we can be here. We're going down with the ship. That's always kind of been our it's always kind of been the way that we've approached all this with Unite. So yeah.
Captain goes down with the ship. All hands on deck. Stand hip to hip. I shout the order.
Anything else, Karma? Are you sleeping?
Aw, he's sleeping. He is sleepington. Alrighty. Well,
Yeah,
trainers, we're
he's
going to go ahead
sleeping.
and say goodbye to Husky for the evening and get her off to bed. And we'll be back with round 3 forward of Underdunk number 86. So don't go too far. More Underdunk will be back very, very soon. And 1. All right, trainers, thanks for the patience. We've been patiently waiting for our next round matchup, and we finally do have one. Gambarudex versus Exodia. Both of these teams are undefeated going into this round 3 set. This is the final set of Swiss, so this will help determine seeding for our top 4 coming out of Swiss. And Husky has gone to bed, but I brought GX2 back. GX, how's it going, my friend?
Boy, back here once again for the night shift. Glad to be a part of it. Very excited for this last round of Swiss. Both should be best of 3, and after that should be top 4, best 3 as well. Let's see how these undefeated teams are going to go right at it. Very excited.
Yeah, I mean, undefeated so far. One of these teams is going to be walking away with that 1 seed, which will mean they'll have preferred matchup going against that lower seed, the 4 seed. And then it'll be the 2v3. So a few teams still fighting for, I guess, their evening's life going into the single elim. So yeah, it's going to be highly contested. I think we're going to be watching this set, and then I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, I guess, the other set that's going on, the Border Buddies, and then Royal Ascent, as well as IMAX's team and Brick to Nasty. I mean, there's a lot of things going on that could maybe shake things up. I'll be interested to see who those last 4 teams are going to be after this round.
I do like the idea of this format. You know, you just use these Swiss to determine seeding. It's a pretty smart way of doing it. I'm gonna take notes of that. I'm gonna put that in my Delphi and suggest that for the other leagues I'm a part of. It was like, hey, do this. These guys are pioneering. These guys are innovating. I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice, way to do it. But with that said, let's go ahead. Let's get into game number 1 draft. As it looks like both teams have readied up. We are going to have Gambarudex on your purple side, and Exodia is going to be on your orange side. We are going to be taking the Kyogre map here in our first game of this set.
This should be All-Star, right? No?
Yes, we are on All-Star.
All-Star, yep. Looks like that's becoming more of a commonplace thing. I'm all for it. Gonna have extended mon pulls from everybody, but first round of All-Star is just playing out like normal draft. Get rid of some of these heavy hitters. Get rid of these early game monsters such as Mew and Psyduck, and some powerhouses like Typhlosion and Feraligatr.
Yeah, I think all of these Pokemon are kind of the usual suspects in your bans. We saw them in both set 1 and 2 get banned very frequently. With the recent patch, Umbreon has been seeing some decent bans here this evening. We've seen it played a couple of times, but most of the time it's just been kind of sitting up there in the ban. Neither team really wants to play against it, and if you're not going to pick it first, might as well go ahead, throw that in the bin, and that's what Gambarudex did.
Oh yeah, the patch is live. So yeah, Umbreon getting snarl buffs, more damage, less cooldown. Sylveon getting toned down with the hyper voice. It was a bit oppressive, but they're going to do a first pick here for Yveltal, if I pronounced that correctly. I'm very interested to see how this mon is played. It's been banned before, but it's here now. So I'm going to get some valuable information here. But following along that, we're also going to have Snorlax, and we're going to have Blissey as support. These are very good, strong choices. Let's see what the rest of these fall out.
Blissey, Snorlax, great core to start us off. I mean, what else can you say? 2 of the best Pokemon in their respective categories, and it's a really good way to start it off. Gambarudex gonna grab the Clefable. I'm not sure what the Bell is really doing here. I'm not sure if that's going to stay on, but definitely an interesting item to be had on that supporter that's just been buffed. So we've seen it a couple times. Does provide decent backline support healing, and I think that pairs really well with that Yveltal, who wants to stay a little bit farther away from the fights.
Yes, I believe through the patch notes on Clefable, it's a factor activation timing for Gravity. Before you had to be a bit preemptive, a bit predictive on when to use Gravity to shut down Dive, various ones to Dive. Now it could be more reactive. So Yveltal's going to be very happy about that. It's also going to have Crustle there for the peel away. So, yeah, they already have a Speedster on the other side. They have Meow on Leafeon. So far, this is a good pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw double all-rounders here, seeing that Leafeon come out. I also think double all-rounders works really well with the Clefable because it just enables them even farther into the fight, allows them to stay up even longer. So we'll see kind of how this progresses and what Exodia wants to go with their final pick. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some sort of all-rounder come out here for Eternal. Also wouldn't be super surprised if we saw maybe another attacker from the backline to slow down that Clefable healing. Definitely like to see some more cursed items on that side.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the kind of plays too. A mon like Clefable, it attracts a lot of mons around it due to the Moonlight. A mage like Latios is a good pick. Something like Gardevoir or Chandelure. These are good picks. For Latios' case, it's a bit of a late scaler. It needs to build up that meter called Eon stacks. So with a lot of Draco meters, it's gonna be a slow start. So that's gonna be Gambaru's time to move on and try to get an early start.
I mean, we'll see kind of how it plays out. I do like the Cursed Incense on the Latios. I think that's going to be really important to kind of slow down the Clefable. Clefable did put on that Rescue Hood, so an item that has been buffed in this most recent patch. So it's going to provide some even more healing, and you have that stacking specs item as well. So Clefable's able to get some of their stacks in pretty early. That could be really dangerous come late game.
Yes, I am glad that they buffed up the Rescue Hood item. I like to call it the Friend Hood. It helps you to remember it.
I like it.
But yeah, needs to be buffed up. And it was a bit on the weak side, and only so many mons can use it. So like it could use like a bit of a tune-up. So I'm glad that the devs are paying attention to that at least.
Yeah. All right. So we got the Clefable, we have the Crustle, we have the Machamp, and then we have the Mimikyu for Gambaru decks. I think the job for this Pokemon is going to be really shutting down that Leafeon in those big team engages. We'll see if they're able to do it. It's going to be round number 3, game number 1. Gambaru deck's going to be on your purple side. Exodia going to be on your orange side. And we're actually sending the Machamp to the central area.
Champion to the jungle. The alt submission is still a very strong tool. Has a much longer cooldown, but like submission just swing team fights just heavily in your favor. So having that online on the first gank is a smart decision. I'm about it.
Looking pretty good. Latios, not great in the early game. And unfortunately for Gambaru decks, they've given a little bit of experience over to the Snorlax, who is able to steal away some of that contested experience. But Gambaru deck's going to still press on forward. Latios able to gobble a little bit of up, but Yveltal able to get one of the other ones. Now Leafeon coming down to the bottom path. Here comes for the gank. And they're going to jump right on in, but good stun there from the Dwebble to keep the Yveltal pretty safe.
Yeah, it was a good idea for Leafeon to come down the bottom. And Latios needs all the help we can get to level 5 so we can start becoming self-sufficient. And having a strong lane partner like Snorlax with a big tackle attack to get those secures is very pivotal for the Mon. So this is a very well-constructed team so far.
Well-constructed team. Now Gambaru decks looking to press on forward. Unfortunately, it's going to be 3 members, make it 4 members of Exodia. And the first domino to fall is going to be that top path Mimikyu. Points going to get deposited here from Exodia. And this Leafeon might be going on a little bit of an adventure with the Pocket Blissey. Invades are on the menu.
There goes the man. Well, there is Machoke waiting, but there is the safeguard. So it's going to be able to get around that. Down goes Leafeon, though. And the Mimikyu. It's time to bail. There is the X speed from Bliss. And now we're going to have a big speed boost towards the berry. And he's going to be on out of there.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we're going to have to really focus in if you're Gambaru decks. You don't want that Leafeon to scale up and allow this Latios to really just kind of sit back and focus on farming those stacks. And Leafeon getting ahead here could be really problematic, especially if that does come to fruition and the Latios can really handle that late game.
This poor Mimikyu getting 2v1 at the top. The stackers love being left behind up top, trying to get all their stacks in, try to get all their levels, but they have another supporter, they have another all-arounder doing pretty much the same thing. But down here towards the middle, we're going to get a stack KO, Draco meter KO from the Latios. That is very pivotal. Crustle should stay away from that unless he's intending to KO him here, but there is the eject.
And here comes the push here from Gambaru decks of finally getting some value in this bottom path. Crustle going to lay down the Rock Tomb, but good safeguard there is going to shield up this Delmise. and not really able to get too far forward. Good X scissor there from Crustle to separate a few from the damage carry. He's going to throw out that Rock Tomb once again. Oblivion Wing from the Yveltal. Heavy Slam from the Snorlax, unable to hit the mark, and they're going to be met by Doom. Yveltal takes that KO. Rock Tomb's going to separate a couple Pokemon from being able to get back to base. Low HP bars, but Yveltal goes down.
Yep, good awareness from Leafeon getting right on there. They're being a bit too aggressive. Like, trying to fight a Latios team when, like, everyone's grouped up is very dangerous. It's getting those stacks in. Every 25 is going to get an additional meteor starting from 2, and I believe that was 3 meteors, so that's at least 25 stacks and counting.
That's not looking so good. But it is only a 1-point game here at this stage. And, I mean, right now it's been relatively close, but when you look at the levels, I mean, it's also still kind of close. So, despite losing a couple of team fights, Gambrudex has been able to find some value all over the map.
Yeah, we have the all-arounders and Mimikyu and Machamp getting set up here, so that was a good trade in that regard. They are both ready. They are both level 9. Machamp is level 10. They're looking for a team fight right now. They are hungry. They're moving down towards that Snorlax. He's going to get KO'd. I think it was a bit of a waste on the check button. He's going to go down. It looks like they're going to make an assault towards the bottom lane without their defender for a bit, so that could be dangerous work.
Could be. I think that means Gambrudex sees the opening, and here comes Clefable looking for another stack, able to get it. Unite move from Machamp. Doesn't quite hit the targets that they're looking for, but here comes the Leafeon Emerald 2-step. They're dancing all over Gambrudex. Clefable and Mimikyu both go down, as well as the Yveltal. Oh, big snare from the anchor shot on the Delmise, and that means Exodia able to get that 3 KO streak, defend their pad successfully, and now they're going to migrate top.
Yep, and they're going to comb through the jungle, get some of that farm, denying them some of the farm, which is actually the more important part, keeping these levels up and keeping their levels down.
And Exodia is going to get maybe a little bit caught here, unfortunately, for the Mimikyu. They weren't really able to do too much damage with that Blissey Pocket hovering over that Delmise. The bottom path, we're going to have an objective, and it looks like the Latios, actually 3 members were maybe looking for a sneaky play, potentially for those birds. Instead, they're going to pivot back down towards the bottom path. Exodia hovering that top path, and really they're going to be looking for that objective given that they have that path.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to have our Gambaru doing the top objective. The opposite team, Exodia, is going to be doing the bottom objective. It's going to be a bit of a trade here. For Gambaru, they're going to have some more pressure with the Regieleki here walking down. So they're going to be able to possibly come through the enemy jungle and see what they can get. But Delmise is pretty much on guard there already, taking a look at the scout in Clefable. The rest of them's going to position around the center, getting ready for this Regidrago.
Yeah, good, like you said, good scouting from the Clefable to get that vision on where everybody was set up. Now that means Gambrudex does have the opportunity to maybe push this T1 pad on the bottom side. Eject button burned by the Latios, able to skirt away from a couple of Pokemon. More Meteor's going to fall on this T1. Machamp's very low. Unite move from Clefable is going to heal up the Machamp a little bit, but no KOs found just yet. More Meteor's going to land directly on the Mimikyu. Clefable trying to heal up the backline, gets met by a block from Snorlax. Crustle hiding on this T1. Oh, that's not going to really do a whole lot. Team was way far behind him, and Exodia gets everything that they wanted and more. Now they're going to look for this Regidrago.
Yeah, Crustle had a juicy X's, and I thought it had its ult for like the KO possibly on the Latios, but it just didn't have it. It's actually falling behind. He's still level 9 at around the 3-minute mark, so he's going to have to start farming, but they're taking away that farm very smartly. So Gambaru is going to show a little bit here, even though they have the point lead.
Look at the levels right now, GX. I mean, you have a level 13 on that Leafeon, 12 on the Delmise, and there's not really anything comparable for Gambrudex. So what was really promising early is kind of slowed down, and Exodia has been really able to take KOs and a lot of their wild Pokemon off the map. We're going to have a top objective still that could potentially go either way. Gambaru going to maybe go for it. Actually, they're going to peel towards this Regidrago. That's actually going to be a nice little bit of XP for them.
Yep, well, they're trying to get the last bits of XP. Only 1 pad apiece is broken for each team, so not too much farm is in circulation. So we're going to have 2 more objectives going to spawn in, but it looks like neither team is interested. They're going to try to get the positioning here. Exodia currently controlling most of center. We're going to have another stack here for Clefable coming from the back. I wonder if they're going to try to contest that. No, they're going to looks like trying to get a last-minute objective here at the bottom. It is going to be a Regirock. Hey, buff's a buff, and it's going to be a defensive one.
Yeah, not going to be too bad for them. I mean, it was pretty free, given that they still had that pad, so they knew that they would be safe. But Kyogre has hit the map. It is the final stretch. Gambarudex in the lead ever so slightly. They'll know that as we start this fight.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. They always have to keep somebody near the Yveltal. They're going to really need to rely on this mon for like the good damage that it provides, but there's always going to be the threat of Leafeon. But if they try to congregate around him, they have the Latios there with telekinesis and the Draco Meteors, and I'm pretty sure it has at least 100 stacks. So it's going to be huge damage here. And they also have Delmice to break apart that formation. It is a board breaker with that hook shot.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit of a bait and pull in. Oh, misses the mark there. Anchor shot a little bit wide left. Going to dodge some of the damage from Kyogre. Still playing it very slow and patient. Here comes Crustle. Here comes the Yveltal. Another anchor shot misses the mark. Doesn't hit on the Yveltal. Nice little engage into the X-Scissor to separate them from being able to pull the Yveltal. But here comes some Meteors onto the Mimikyu. He's damaged down to half. Going to have to find the Clefable.
He's going to actually have to back up a little bit or just re-engage from another angle. Leafeon's moving in. It's now time to get over that Yveltal. There's the hook shot, and everyone's going to jump right on top of him. Down he goes. And now the team is really getting started here. Machamp getting caught out. He's going to have to eject. There goes Leafeon.
Big eject. Big eject. Machamp looking for a way in. Anchor shot. Still not up yet, and they're looking for a target. Clefable going to negate all that healing that just happened with that Moonlight. And now it's going to be Exodia moving towards this Kyogre. We'll see if they want to make a move. They still are down, so they are going to have to take this off the map. Already down to half. Here comes Clefable and Machamp. Machamp is looking for the Latios. Snorlax going to give a buddy barrier, try to save this Latios. Boom, but the Barrage Blow is going to send them back to the Pokemon Center. 2 members down a piece. 10 seconds left. Blissey going for a back cap. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. 62 points. It's going to be close.
No,
Good stop on the Machamp. We'll have to go to the scoreboard. I don't know if Blissey did it.
I don't think that's quite enough. If they were down by like around 50, it might be enough. We're gonna have to
It was 62 from Blissey. I think it might be just short.
We're gonna see here.
Oh, he just did it!
By 5 points.
5 points,
All
Blissey.
right.
Back cap heroic. Back tank though, or bad tank. Anything but bad on that final play. Machamp, over Tony on the Machamp looked like they were going to deposit a full pocket of 41. Well, not a full pocket, but pocket of 41, double it, make it 82. That would have obviously given them plenty of insulation for the win, but the Heavy Slam just able to connect and interrupt that score. That was the difference right there.
That was really close. Like, Machamp made the absolute right calls. He got rid of the Latios, went straight down to the bottom to go for the score. All correct plays. I think the only of the one tiny tweak he could have like improved on maybe is scored towards the bottom side of that circle pad to like give himself a little bit more space from the storm left. But like, who knows? Who knows? That was still a good place from everybody. We got the last minute score in, the last second score from the Bliss, winning them the game, and you love to see it. That's what these games are all about. All these close, tight-knit games.
Super
Nail
patient.
biters.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I love
Patient.
that. It was very patient, right? Like, not a whole lot of like big moments happened for one squad. Like, it was just like onesies, twosies. You had one KO found, and then one goes the other way. So wasn't any situation where anyone really felt confident that they could take the objective off the map. So it came down to those last final moments, and Exodia just able to make the right amount of plays to seal that game number 1 win. So we'll see how it goes into game number 2. Obviously, none of those picks getting played in game 2. We're an all-star.
10 bonds are gone.
Yeah.
Let's see what they come up with next. The bans from before are gonna just be available. You know, Fraligators, Typhlosions, was it Psyduck, Umbreon, Sylveon, Mew? They're gonna be available again. Maybe they're banned again, maybe they're not. There's still a lot of mons left. This is a best of 3, so not too deep into All-Star Draft. All-Star Draft kind of really shows its strength like into later rounds or to longer sets, but we can still get some fan favorites out of here. You know, really strong bonds. See how things play out. We're just waiting for both teams to be ready.
Yeah, I don't think we have side selection just yet. But But we do have a map selection. So looks like Gambaroo is choosing Groudon. So Exodia will have the option of first or second pick.
I was about to say, please don't tell me it's Rayquaza, please. Please no.
I mean,
not that bad.
It's gonna happen eventually, right?
Someone's
gonna pick Ray. Some sicko
animal.
I hope that they never. Well, maybe not never. I hope that they don't. I hope that they don't bring Ray back into ranked, because I just really don't like playing on the Ray map. It's so like after playing Kyogre and Groudon for so long and being used to like the mid rotations and everything like that, I would be like,
it's
where's
so
my Draco? Where are my birds?
It's so jarring to go back on Array, like, oh wait, the farm spotting over here. Oh no, I'm in the wrong spot. I'm late. Oh wait, there's no Draco here. It's just a couple of Altarias and Swabblers. Oh no, and then the buff's not stealable. That's the biggest offender.
Big shout out, Meowry with the raid. Hope your stream went well. Grassroots is indeed alive.
Yes,
it is indeed alive. We have to figure out a way to keep Grassroots alive as much as possible, because we don't know how much support will be there from the official competitive circuit, and we gotta hope that people still want to play and have fun with this game. I think there's still a lot of fun to be had and a lot of competitions to play, and I'm sure that there's going to be people that want to end up leaving, and that they'll leave the game, leave the community, because there's not an official circuit anymore for ICs. Obviously, there's going to be the tournaments, right? The qualifiers to get to the AOS Crown Championships, or whatever they're calling it now. I don't know. I feel like there's still a lot to be said about the Grassroots being resilient, and I hope that we continue to see that. And I know I'm going to be around. I said it. Captain goes down with the ship, so we'll go down. We'll go down with the game. I don't know, man.
Yeah, so any lifeblood to like any community is like the Grassroots scene. So they need to be around for hell and high water. So I will also be around. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying for the love of the game. Even when the circuits are all going to go away, those who just like the game will just stick around. So we're going to find out who's on which side of the fence very shortly. So look forward to that.
Yep. Second week of EV League. I actually haven't heard about the
I'm
EV
actually
League.
in that league. It's actually pretty fun. So it's just EV only. That's it. It's just EVs only. That's it.
That's what it is? That's kind of dope.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Just EVs only. Just
we need, honestly, we need more EVs. Okay, and also I feel like you should allow Empoleon and Inteleon and Charmeleon, but if you evolve to Charizard, you have to sit in base. So that's your punishment.
Oh my god. Wait, what? Whoa, we only have him on a timer. Now, I will say, speaking for the EVs, it's still criminal that we only just recently got one of the original 3 for EVs, like in Vaporeon. He was like the last one. We still haven't gotten a fan favorite in Jolteon. We still haven't gotten Flareon, and that's crazy to me. There hasn't been an all-rounder EV yet, and it's got to be Flareon. He's the only one who fits the bill.
Yeah, I would think Flareon would be it for sure.
Jolteon could be like a speedster or an attacker. Could be either one.
I could see either. Yeah, I could see a speedster. I think that could be really cool. Or I personally would love an attacker, like maybe like kind of like a ranged attacker type of deal, or maybe even like a
I'd be down for a hybrid, like attacking
hybrid,
kind of like a Greninja situation.
Maybe like an ADC type of deal, like Pin Missile and something else. Yeah, I could see that too.
That'd be dope.
But let's get into our next one. And just a heads up on the overlay, I have Zapdos there, but pretend that's Yveltal, because Yveltal hasn't been added to this.
Oh, that graphic's not up yet. Right.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
They haven't added it to the tool yet, so pretend Zapdos is Yveltal.
So what happens when Zapdos shows up?
Use your imagination, everybody, please.
All right. Well, same bands as before. Typhlosion, Mew. I do actually agree with the Mew pick. Mew is just an early game lane bully. It secures too good. And then you pair with another lane bully, it just snowballs lanes. Just get them out of here, man.
Get him out. Here, Doug. Get him out of here.
This is the nerfed Mew. Remember when you just pick Solar Beam at level 1 and just steal everything from range? No, goodness. Never again.
Yeah, for Alligator, I don't know about UGX, but when I'm playing ranked and I have bans, I'm banning for Alligator every single time.
Most
I feel like there's
do.
just like I just like a good for Alligator is criminally oppressive, and there's just like not a whole lot that you can do about that thing. I hate it. I hate that thing so much, and it just runs at you, and it's terrifying.
And bites, and that's it. You ever had like you ever heard a crocodile just approach you? That's not a fun thing. I'm a Floridian. Like, it happens, man. You gotta be on the swivel out here. It's not a fun time. So I can't imagine it for everyone else who's not Floridians. So yeah, I get the ban. I totally get it.
No thanks. I don't want gators anywhere near me. But let's take a look what we got here so far cooking for Gambaroo. First pick, Meganium. I played this Pokemon. I was talking with Husky about it a little bit earlier. And I really like this Pokemon. It's kind of like someone was asking the other day, like, what does this Pokemon do? Like, where does it fit? It's like, best way to describe it, you spam your Unite button because it's like up so frequently.
It's basically a third move.
Yeah, it's like basically a third move. Like any team fight that you have, you'll probably have it up. Use it. Try to stun a person with the Grass Knot. So it has kind of some defender-ish capabilities. So I think it's kind of like, I think this Pokemon goes really well into or like with a disruptor. So it's something where you could play like almost two supports. Like I think it would work really well with Psyduck too, because you have a disruptor, you kind of have a tanky dude that's gonna soak up all the damage, still heal you. I think it works in a few different ways. So I
always saw him as like a combat medic, just out there in the front, like just actually fighting with you and healing you all at the same time.
Yeah,
so that's the way I see it.
Yeah, it does a decent amount of damage too. Like,
yes, it does.
Yeah, I'm always shocked. Like, also like its early game prowess in Path. Like, it does so well getting those last hits. Like, it does a lot of damage, and not only that, but it like really enables some stacking Pokemon in that top path because those heals from Synthesis, like, do a pretty decent amount of healing.
They do a lot of healing.
Like 1,000.
Yes,
it's like 1,000. It's crazy.
Yeah, you will not win prolonged fights against Meganium and its lane partner, especially in the early game. So you just have to try to outstack it or out secure it. So also good luck with that one.
Good luck.
Speaking of good luck, looking at these teams here, we're gonna have some heavy hitters here. I see a Charizard Y on the other team, along with an Espeon and a Mega Lucario. That team is something fierce. They got the Lapras. They have Alcremie there, but over on the left, we're gonna have Buzzwole. We're gonna have Mewtwo Y. You don't see that too often these days, but I believe it's one of the more powerful attackers. It can always hold its own. It's running Curse, trying to slow down that Alcremie. And we also have the Metagross and Blastoise, one of the premier defenders in this game. So that's going to be tough to deal with. They have a lot of frontline presence to mosey everyone down. But Charizard Y is another wonderful board breaker. It can play around almost any ult, but it can be grabbed by Buzzwole, so it has to be careful.
I was just going to say that. I kind of like this Buzzwole pick into the Charizard, especially if you can hit one of those combos on it while it's in its Unite move to kind of slow that thing down from just burninating everybody on your team. So I do really like that. I also kind of like this Metagross into it because the only real long-range damage that you have to deal with is that the Espeon, which isn't too bad. And even like this Buzzwole, I think this Buzzwole does really well because it also doesn't have to deal with too much crowd control. Obviously, you have to worry about that Espeon passive as well as the Psyshock, making sure that you're avoiding those cooldowns. But we'll see how this plays out. This is game number 2. Exodia is going to be on your orange side. Gambaroo Dex going to be on your purple side. And we're going to send this Mewtwo along with the Squirtle down to the bottom path.
Yeah, that is a pretty strong bottom lane. Pretty strong top lane, too, because of the Chikorita and the Synthesis. It's stronger healing than the Alcremie at the start, especially. So both top lanes and composition lanes are pretty even, but at the bottom, We're going to try to have some out securities here with the Lapras, with the Ice Shards. It's doing well so far. I would say Exodia has a stronger bot lane secure, but they have a much stronger A press bottom lane with Gombaru, so they're going to have to be careful with that.
You have to be very careful. Buzzwole looking to attack this Lucario. Does get a little bit of that XP away from them. Synthesis is going to heal them up. Lucario going to have to push them away as well as retreat back to their side. Charmeleon heading towards this top path, though.
All right, everyone's starting to congregate. Charmeleon's deciding on where he wants to go. He wants to get some center farm right away. Not showing presence at the top just yet. Espeon's on its way to the top. It has the Side Shock. It's going to get ready. It's going to be a 4v2 here. And all right, Chicory's getting caught out. There is the eject button, but it can't really do much. Going to pick up the easy KO. But more farmers spawning up, and I believe most of that's going to go to Gombaru at the top. But there it goes. Metagross going down. Buzzwole can't really do anything about that. I think she's just going to have to let that one go.
Sometimes it's just the better of two plays. So stacks away for Exodia. They get a few in, and they're able to dash away to safety. Buzzwole unable to press on forward. They were really looking to try to get things done. They're going to attack this Alchemy, going to save that combo for the Lucario, and Meow might be in trouble here, but a nice quick dash is going to get them away to safety.
All right, let's try to see if we can get this Chikorita at level 5. It should be able to get that with the farm on the bottom. There is the grab for the Alcremie, and oh, he got him with the secure there from Chikorita, now becoming a Bayleaf, and now the farm is up for grabs. Speaking of grabs, oh my god, I called it.
Yeah, Buzzwole pressing forward, Mega Lucario looking for anything that they could get. Psyshock, Psybeam combo for this Espeon. We'll see if they are able to converge. They do converge on the Buzzwole, but Buzzwole gets the best of Lucario, and Bayleaf able to take that last hit, gets the KO here. Eternal looking to try to take down this Metang, able to do so with the help of that Espeon. Good prowess here from Exodia halfway through this laning phase. Now Regidrago on the menu. We'll see what damage gets put on it. Already at half, Charizard's going to look to space them out. Wartortle in a bit of a bind. They're going to eject on backwards. Lapras trying to front line, give some zoning for Exodia, looking for a last hit. It's still pretty low. Espeon's going to get met by a Psy Strike. We've got to get a last hit on it. Flamethrower does the trick.
Yeah, and with that secure Regidrago, Charizard is level 9 and is armed and dangerous. Let's see how Gombaru's going to respond to this. They're going to have to back off, try to get as much farm as they can. Stealing away from the Lucario. They have framers on Gombaru at the bottom. Looks like they're ready to play for the objective, or they're going to back up and get some farm up. Get that Wartortle to Blastoise. That's what he's at the most effective. Surf becomes online. He can only do so much with Hydro Pump. But because of that, more of Exodia is at the bottom, along with the Charizard, and they are ill-equipped to deal with this. It's going to be very dangerous.
Ooh. Perfect secures there from the Espeon. Blastoise, the frontline artillery, gonna fall down. That's gonna open the door here for Exodia to walk on forward. Metagross coming on in, compute and crush, but canceled by the Charizard Unite. Buzzwole hits a combo, and Mewtwo's able to close them out. Regieleki does find its home, but Exodia's fallen like flies. Buzzwole trying to get to the back line. We have the Infinite Cyburn raining down, and we still have Charizard down. Mega Lucario trying to retreat, doesn't have their Unite move. Mega form from this Mewtwo pressing on forward. Meganium able to take out the support, and Gambleroo Dex going to close out this goal zone, it looks like.
So I was super surprised Charizard White just had his health depleted after it got grabbed. I didn't think they had that burst damage like that, but I was wrong. So that's an interesting development for this set right here. We're gonna have to, that Charizard White's going to have to be really careful when it ults and where it does it.
Gonna have to be. Registeel still up in the top path. Neither team has quite made their way to start chipping at it yet. Espeon might just aggravate it a little bit, maybe pull it out and try to find this Buzzwole, and that's exactly what happens. Yeah, I love that.
It's pretty good. Well, Charizard's backing up a bit. No farms available. Looks like it's just time for another team fight. Charizard White has his ult available, so does Metagross. And, well, we understood the sequence of events from before. Well, they won't have their Lapras. He's going to have to ult away. Coming back, trying to hit the Mewtwo Y. There's the Charizard ult. There's the Alcremie ult. Ultra Flying. There's the Hydro Typhoon. Down goes Metagross. Next on the chopping block will probably be Blastoise, along with Buzzwole, Mewtwo Y, and then Meganium. That is a Team White ace. Mega Lucario there with the clapback.
Yeah, perfect front to back fight there from Exodia. Great front lining from that Lapras to soak up all that damage. Alchemy putting in the work, not only providing those sweet scents for slows, but also that backline healing. I mean, that's just exactly what you want. So if that's how these fights are going to go when it's 5v5, Gamberoo decks might be in trouble. They're going to have to figure out how to pick off one of these Pokemon before that all happens.
Yeah, and the key to all that is how well that Alchemy ult is utilized. Charizard ulted right on top of it, so it was basically impossible to bring it down. And like, if you're not bringing down that Charizard Y ult immediately, you have to survive it for about 20 seconds. That's a long time to survive a boosted up Charizard in his drought ult. So you're gonna have to watch out for that.
They are. Regieleki goes the way of Gamberoo decks, and now we have Mega Lucario joining the fray. Mewtwo Y gonna hit that Infinite Cyburn. Sixth man, Regieleki, trying to make their mark. There's that Charizard Y Unite. They're going to be able to take out that Metagross. Mewtwo Y going to get burninated back to the countryside. And now 3 members are down, or 2 members are down for Gamberoo.
Grabbing him.
Buzzwole just grabs the Charizard
Superman
out of the sky.
over here.
Hydro Typhoon.
Triple KO.
Oh my goodness. This walks too, GX.
He literally dog walked him. Oh my goodness, that Buzzwole.
Okay.
I love watching him work.
We're so back. This Buzzwole is absolutely cooking right now.
Checked him.
I mean, I talked about how the front to back fight worked so well for Exodia in the last fight. Didn't quite work out the same way. It definitely looked like it was about to, and then Buzzwole just went insano mode. So now it's gonna be Exodia that's gonna have to figure out how these fights are going to go. If they do take out that Blastoise there, it's a nice little consolation prize. 2:45 on the clock, right before Groudon.
Yeah, right now, Gamberoo's firmly in the lead. 301 to 163, almost double their score. They're looking pretty good. Buzzwole's 14. That is a very scary Buzzwole. After level 13, the scaling just becomes nuts. So Charizard's gonna have to try to make it what it can with any kind of experience or any kind of farm that's available on the map. Looks like they're gonna congregate over at the top. I believe top was not Regieleki. It's actually gonna be Steel, which is very huge. They're gonna have to be careful coming into this team fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be really nice going into this. Ooh, Lapras is gonna find that Meganium at half HP. That's going to mean Meganium's going to have to retreat just a little bit, give itself a little bit of healing, but that's some valuable information for Exodia as we start this fight. Meganium going to heal up a little bit more. Lapras going to find some vision, specifically on 3 members in the bottom path. They probably do not have vision of this Buzzwole yet.
Yeah, well, it's Exodia's move. They are behind firmly. They have to do something. Lapras getting a little caught here. Doesn't have to ult just yet. Not getting bursted down. Espeon's playing in the back. Probably gonna have to move up a little bit to use his ult to create some space for its team. That's gonna have to be very careful. A lot of things to watch out for. Doesn't want to get too close too early.
I gotta be very careful here. Water Pulse onto the Mewtwo Y might be a little bit of a bait and switch. Charizard looking for an engage. Buzzwole's gonna grab him. Alchemy has to respond with the Fluffy Cream Supreme. Espeon goes down, but Meganium and Blastoise are down for Exodia. Mega Lucario starting to heat up, and they're going forward. Charizard Y trying to get onto this Mewtwo Y. Battle of Ys, and Mewtwo misses the mark, and now it's the Buzzwole goes down. Metagross, last hope here for Gamberoo decks to salvage this fight.
Might be able to do it.
Nice little Alchemy Cream Puff is going to keep them up. Lapras doing a lot of heavy lifting, absorbing all of this damage. This thing is absolutely insane. Surf from the Blastoise is going to separate and keep the Metagross upright.
It's time to rip, boys. Rip away. Don't look back. They're not all here yet, especially the Buzzwole. You got a couple more seconds, but they're going to rip so fast. There's the Hydro Typhoon. It's not going to be enough to KO anybody. It's going to create a lot of space. Huge surge here.
Psybeam! Lapras!
Just a secure, but Lapras gets it!
Oh my goodness. I thought for sure Espeon was going to get it with the beam, but Lapras, it might have been a Water Pulse. Not sure exactly what it was. Doesn't matter. Exodia able to secure that Groudon, and now they're making their way. They got to score some points on the back end. They do it on the top side. They do it on the bottom side. Blastoise tried on the back side, but that's not going to be enough. Exodia should take this one handily, and that's going to be a 2-0 for Exodia.
These games are always ending like on the last second. There's like 20 seconds left. The buff has just been secured. It's just a mad dash for scores. So, very exciting. Very, very exciting. we almost had Metagross clutch it up, but it's a 3v1 and it's just too hard to deal with. You have to deal with a Lapras just in your face, water pulsing and throwing ice beams. You have Alcremie throwing Dollops, healing the Charizard who's low. Charizard's getting a movement speed boost from the flamethrower, so you can't quite catch it. Ultra already been used. You're just gassed out and just, yeah, wow, so much things are happening. What a team fight.
Oh, pretty big stuff. Alrighty, well, that's going to be all that we wrote for our Swiss set. We're going to obviously keep an eye out for the other sets that are wrapping up. But yeah, Exodia going to move undefeated, which I believe will mean that they'll likely be 1 or 2 in the single elim portion of the evening. But either way, what an incredible fight there at the end. That Registeel buff paying dividends there at the end, especially Meow on that Mega Luca, the Mega Charizard putting in a lot of heavy lifting. But I mean, both games, GX, bad tank. I cannot think of a more inappropriate name for this player. That was some great tank play. Both games that like really saved them in so many ways. Like that was huge.
Always right where you needed to be and was alive the entire time. Always being productive, always putting in that work. That's a sign of a great tank. You should change his name.
Great tank. Change the name. Get this man or woman or NB pal a name change card, because that cannot be a bad tank. All right, well, that is going to be it for our Swiss portion. We're going to take a quick break while we get our single elim portion set up. So don't go too far, folks. We'll go grab a drink, maybe grab a snack, and we'll be back hopefully very shortly with our next round set. Bye-bye. And one. And welcome back, trainers. We are back, Underdunk 86, and we are in the bracket stage of the event. We are into single elimination, top 4. And yeah, this is going to be a pretty good one. So we're going to be so graciously, what's the word I'm looking for? Gifted another set between these two teams. We saw them earlier on stream. AMG came out with the lead 2-0, but the games were anything but one-sided in AMG's favor. They won a couple of like really big fights at the very end, some heroic plays to steal the final objective. Big KOs were found, but IMAX's team found themselves on the unfortunate side of winning most of the game, and then some unfortunate events happened, and now they are fighting again. So this should be a pretty good set. I'm really excited to see it.
Yes, you guys keep hyping up this set. I can't wait to see what both these teams have to offer. Very excited.
Yeah, Scarf, in game 1, Scarf was playing Saraledge and hit a perfect Revenant Ren that was going to connect on like 4 people, but it was immediately shut down by Mimikyu. And AMG took the fight from there. It was just like perfect response, perfect timing. And yeah, just kind of unfortunate. And then in game 2, I believe there's another similar type of play that there's a catch, and then it just kind of snowballed in AMG's favor. So should be a pretty good one. If those 2 games were any bit of an indicator of how this set's going to go, it should be pretty fun and exciting. Looks like we do have a little bit of information on what map we'll be on. We are going to be on Groudon. In the game number 1. A little bit more about the all-star mode. Even though these teams did play earlier in the set, since it's a brand new set, it is reset. So we still could see some of those picks from that prior set come out. Now, that would be interesting if we got to a point where we're like at a 5th or like a, gosh forbid, like imagine like a 6th or a 7th game in one of these tournaments. Like, oh, if you played the same team before, well, you're gonna have to play.
It just continues
Pokemon
from there.
Yeah, that would be
that'd be nuts.
That would be nuts. That would honestly would be pretty crazy. But either way, looks like we are almost getting our ready checks done. Yeah, all 10 players are in lobby. I think we're just hanging out, waiting for it. AMG is going to be on 2nd pick, so I do know that. So we do have the right sides selected. Groudon, again, going to be the map. So that final objective potential, I think, thinking about the main objectives at the end of the game, out of all of them, I feel like Groudon tends to be the most balanced, because I feel like the attack buff is quite strong, but it doesn't really stop you from getting KO'd and giving it over. I feel like Kyogre is such a polarizing objective, because if you win it and you have like a couple of tanks, you could just kind of stay alive forever.
Yeah, so that's the thing with Kyogre. The buff itself is nice, but like the real power of Kyogre, it's like making the goals defenses for, I believe, like 35 40 seconds. That's the actual benefit of it. With Groudon, like, that's just some serious firepower, especially on all-rounders and attackers. And if you can get that for yourself, that's real advantage you can push with to, like, make a counterpoint. You know what I mean? So that's why that's pretty much the underlying reason why most players, most teams prefer the Groudon buff over the Kyogre one. Kyogre is, like you said, it's a bit polarizing due to that fact. Even if you get it for yourself, you can't really push that advantage with that buff. You kind of just live forever. But speaking of living forever, look at all these bans from both of these teams. I see a Zacian ban over there. So Zacian's always a mon that's just never bad, but like if you see a ban off the gate, that's a target ban, in my opinion.
Yeah, Zacian, it's mostly probably for Scarf. Scarf, notable player, V1/IX Gaming, can play that Zacian quite well. So I believe that is who they're trying to target away from that Pokemon. But something that you always have to consider is IMAX on these tank picks. What is he ever going to pick? Love the tree. Love the Snorlax even more for him. So we'll see how that goes for them. AMG, going to go back to the Hoopa pick. I think this was a pick that they had in that first set that worked out for them quite well. They're also grabbing that Mew. I believe they played Mew as well during that set. I think Mew, like you said earlier, very strong prowess in the early game. Does a great job getting those last hits. And even from that back line, it could dish out quite a blow with all of the different moves. Solar Beam, E-Ball, even Surf from time to time.
Yep, it has a move for any situation. It's always ready, always geared up. And especially, you have Hoopa on the opposite side, setting up its lane partner, which I believe it's going to be the all-rounder, which Aaron Mack's probably going to pick. We don't know what it's going to be just yet. And along with Hoopa just like easy rotations from top to bottom. So breaking pads from IMAX's perspective is a pivotal. It is a must.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, and that's what happened. I believe it was IMAX's team that they ended up breaking 3 pads pretty quickly. And it just didn't quite work out for them in the way that they had intended. And Hoopa was still able to provide a lot of value. And AMG ended up winning the final objective and winning the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the pad play, the hyperspace. So that's just one dimension to Hoopa's strength. That's how you know a Munch is fundamentally strong. That's just only one dimension to like what it can do. So pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
I don't know if you intended to make a pun there, but it was really good.
Yeah, that was. I didn't even think about it until you brought it up.
So, yeah, the one dimension of Hoopa. Yeah, that's a good one. Use it. I love that.
Add it to your duffel.
Add it to the bag. Put that in the back pocket. Save it for later. Aaron Mack, actually, like you said, grabbing that Sarah Ledge, so they are taking that away from IMAX's team, which means Scarf will be on that Blaziken and up in that top path most likely. I am very interested in watching that 1v1 go down, the Blaziken versus the Sarah Ledge. This should be a good fight.
Yeah, both these teams are pretty balanced. What I'm curious about is who's going to be the top laner for AMG. If it's actually going to be Greninja, there's a good chance of that. The strongest level 5 on that team would be the Sarah Ledge. She could really push advantage, but Greninja level 5 Rocketeer is not too bad as it has a range attacker, but it's just not as good as Sarah Ledge. So let's see who's going to be the top one.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because you have 2 Pokemon that don't really have like the best level 5s, but let's get into it. Semi-final single elimination. Snorlax going down to the bottom path. It will be that Greninja in the central area, meaning that it will be the Sarah Ledge heading towards that top path.
Well, at least Hoopa is a very strong lane partner. But speaking of strong lane partners, that bottom lane is disgusting. They should be very careful with that one. That should be easy to secure for this team. There it is going in. Amazon's being very aggressive. That's just the way to play it. That's just an aggressive team. You just have to keep going forward. You have the raw damage to deal with it. You have the space control. You have the mobility. And he's going coaching and Ebol. Lower cooldowns on coaching. Always has it available. But Snorlax doing a wonderful job getting these tackle attack secures.
Yeah, IMAX is just so good in the early game. Not just the player, but the Pokemon also is pretty good. The Snorlax does quite well in the early game, and I guess if you're going to try to counter a Mew E-Ball secure Snorlax, it's got to be perfect, and IMAX surely was there. Blaziken should be able to gobble up all this Natu family before making the rotation towards the top path. AMG making their way downtown. Snorlax going to try to hold the door. Sylveon going to be able to scream a little bit, but it is the Frogadier that almost gets the KO. Another Hyper Voice is going to connect. Coaching is going to help save them. AMG putting on a lot of pressure in this bottom path.
Yeah, they're electing to go a full man push towards the bottom. Most teams don't do that, but hey, Mew really appreciates that. Getting everyone set up pretty quickly, and now they're going to be able to steamroll the jungle and take out IMAX's Snorlax. Now everyone's getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, that's a pretty big play there. That gets to Sarah Ledge online, who is tending to struggle to get that level 5, but now they have it. Great Ice Fang there into the Blissey. Bitter Blade's going to miss. We are going to go eggs here for the Blissey, and they are going to retreat back down towards this bottom path.
All right, we just have Hoopa holding it down up top by itself right now. Has the hyperspace soul out of magic, because like you call in reinforcements anytime it needs to be. Can't really do much about the Leafeon, but Sarah Ledge getting stacks. That's the important part here.
Sarah Ledge going to put on more pressure on this top side. 5 points in. That's a stack. Hoopa's setting up the hyperspace hole to try to get them out, but might not have been able to get there in time, so they're just going to go back to pad, grab a berry the old-fashioned way. Ninja's going to 1v1 this Leafeon. Got to be very careful. Egg Bomb's going to provide a little bit of stunning. Kyo going to try to run away. Greninja surfs back into the hyperspace hole, gets home, gets the HP regenerated. Tie-dye on this Blissey is going to have to try to retreat, grabs that speed berry, gets away. Great defensive, or great ankle breaking by that Blissey.
I like how Greninja is just very aggressive on the Leafeon. It has the tools to actually fight back, and it's keeping it in check. So if Leafeon's kept in check, that just makes the job of Ceruledge much easier.
Yes, Hoopa is going to put on a little bit more pressure, going to steal a berry from the other side. Off the screen, we see Ceruledge grabs that Reggie Drago buff. Heavy slam into the Leafeon combo. Great job. Great comms there from IMAX's team, and perfect stuns to secure that KO. And now we have the objectives coming to the map. Emerald two-step's going to separate two. Double KO, looking for a third. Are they going to be able to get it?
Yep, that's a triple. You can't do anything about this but slow the Leafeon down, but it's going to cost it. Yep, that's a quad. That is a quad. 4-piece for Leafeon. So yeah. I'd imagine Ceruledge is going to have to really push check very carefully from now on. He doesn't want to have that same fiasco happen to him for a second time.
Now you've lost both objectives, Regieleki on the top side and that Registeel on the bottom side. So it's really IMAX's team's game to control right now. They could potentially push this T1 on the top side. They could go bottom if they choose. But Hoopa is going to try to make them second guess their decisions because of that hyperspace hole. Solar Beam right there. Misses the mark. Greninja looking to go on in, but unable to advance forward because of the Blaziken and the Sylveon. Blaziken tries to get back to pad. Able to dodge the Solar Beam and the Water Burst Shuriken. And Sylveon makes Greninja pay.
Yeah, wonderful setup play from the Snorlax. Ulti in, gonna use the block to save himself from the Ceruledge ult. Blocking away the opponents, it's gonna be able to live and keep its health up.
Good stuff there. And yeah, Team IMAX, that is a tie-dye on the Blissey for those that might not know or are looking at the rosters on Start GG. But that's not, IMAX can't be two places at once. Maybe not, but definitely looking like it with the Snorlax play. Been really disruptive all game. Heavy slam right there into the block. Sylveon's gonna scream at them, forces an eject.
Got an eject.
Yeah, that's huge.
Well, we're gonna have Blaziken try to look for some farm here, look for some stacks. Top pad was broken a little bit early, but so they're gonna have to contest this farm over top right on time for the Altaria and Swablu. Gonna get all of that and back on out of there.
157.73. Nice KO there on IMAX. Water Burst Shuriken trying to take out the Sylveon. Great Ice Fang there to keep them away from that Speed Flux zone. Here comes Blaziken. Gets surfed away. Here comes the Blissful Assistance into the Blaziken. See what they get a knockout. That's the first one. On to Greninja. Mew's going to coach the Mamo. Try to get them away. Here comes Blaziken. Overheat. Not fully charged up. Not as much damage as they would have wanted. Nice little block there. Keeps Mamoswine from getting back to pad. Now they're going to look for the Mew in the Flux zone. They find him. Huge plays there from IMAX.
These guys are a well-oiled machine. That was just straight up surgical. One after another. First the Mew surfed in, but then Blaziken moved on in. There comes the Blissey Unite. Everything was just falling into place. But now over at the top, we're going to have Hoopa bringing in the Cavalry, bringing some top pads, letting Regieleki walk on down.
Yeah, Regieleki actually just going to go ahead and break this. Might have been unfortunate to score that extra 15 points from Mew. They could have potentially popped in a little bit more. Might have to go back to that Algebra class. Mew's going to try to surf away. Heavy slam, not able to get the KO, but Sylveon able to secure that final last hit before Mew was able to transport back into the hyperspace hole. Now IMAX playing with a little bit more tempo. Water Burst Shuriken from the Greninja tried to get the Leafeon unsuccessfully, and Leafeon able to separate themselves away from that Greninja. Another scream from the Sylveon is going to keep this Greninja at bay. More A pressing from them. They're going to look to go in with the serve. There's 2 KOs. Greninja now looking for the Sylveon with that backline artillery. Backline damage. And now the Blaziken itself going to get Ice Fanged, and there is a 4 KO streak to Brent.
One quad deserves another. 2 quads over for IMAX's team. Doing very well this set. They have the levels due to that wonderful play in towards the center, and they got the score lead. And it's at 240. Still a lot of farm up. If this is how 5v5 is working right now, I can't wait to see what happens 30 seconds from now.
Yeah, 30 seconds going to be our first Groudon of this set. 293, 177 left in this match. Still some wild Pokemon to gobble up for both sides, so we'll see what these levels look like in a couple secs.
Level 14 Greninja is looking scary. Those surfs are going to hit. That ult is going to hit. Snorlax, I will also like to point out, is doing a very good job of making that Mew uncomfortable. That's just how you have to perform when you're going up against the Mew. You can't be able to do what it likes. And you have the heavy slam, you have the block, you have the tools to do so.
A Solar Beam.
There's a huge Ice Fang.
Really impactful there. There's that
is
eject
the ult and
into
eject.
the Power Nap. They're going to look for that Greninja, but it was just a clone. Revenant Rend is going to slice on through. There's that Unite move from the Blissey to keep the Blaziken upright. They're going to have to retreat back to the back line. Mamoswine still doing a lot of work there. They're able to help take out the Cerulege. Sylveon does. It takes out the Mamoswine. 3 members are down for AMG. Now it's IMAX's time to turn the tables from AMG. Greninja, Hoopa looking for a steal here, though. Do they have a heroic play? Rings are unbound. Greninja gets pulverized by IMAX's team. Gotta look for a secure, but Blaziken lines it up, knocks it down. And IMAX's team not gonna let it happen a third time.
Yeah, IMAX really showing up. That was such an intense team fight. Both teams are actually alive for a very long time using all their cooldowns. I was actually very surprised when we had Sylveon there for the cleanup with the Hyper Voice, and that brought their team that much closer to victory. Only so much AMG could do, and that's just going to be the game right there. They're going to move on to the next one.
Good stuff there. That is really, honestly, great team fight there from IMAX's team. The Blissey assistance was perfectly timed as Blaziken was going in, and it was just enough sustainability that allowed Scarf to get back to the back line. And by that time, Reverie was just tanking through some of those HP bars with that Hyper Voice. So very good front to back fight. Perfect engage from IMAX too.
Yeah, you weren't kidding. These two teams are just at each other's throats.
Yeah.
I see it now. Oh boy. A lot of really good work from IMAX, just always in the right space at the right time, pressing who he needs to pressure. He's just everywhere. That's just what you want to see out of your tank. If I had to guess, he's the floor general of that team, if I had to guess.
Oh, surely. Surely. Yeah, I mean, great comms there too. Good target priorities too. I mean, like I said, really good front to back fight for them. So, yeah, I mean, that's I think exactly what this team needed. Specifically with the way that those first 2 games against AMG went in that Swiss portion of our tournament today. So I'm sure that they're breathing a sigh of relief that there was no steal of the final objective. There was no big catch there. It was just like a perfectly executed fight, and everybody did their job. So, I mean, just a well-earned team win.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see if they can keep up this momentum. They did very well in the team fight. It was pretty even at first, but like after that 4-man gank, it just started to slowly start to snowball from there, and they just kept that momentum going. Let's see if they keep it up, though. We're gonna see some adjustments over from AMG. I believe this is still All-Star. So those 10 mons are gone. I already saw you pulling up the graphic, making sure those bands are getting ready. So
they're gone.
Let's see what they pick next. I'm very excited to see.
Graphics ready. Bands are still, I mean, they're still going to have 6 bands, right? So they'll have plenty of time to figure out what bands that they want, in addition to the Pokemon that we just saw on your screen in this game 1 set. So, thinking about what's still available, I think the easiest way to think about it is, I think the smallest class that gets played pretty much every game is going to be your supportive class. Not every game do we see a Speedster. I think Speedster technically has fewer Pokemon. Someone fact check me on that. I'm not sure.
I think it's tied with supports.
I think they're like neck and neck, right?
Yeah, it's like defenders are like up by like 1 or 2. Then it's like supports and speedsters are like tied to like around the same amount, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's those 3 classes that are like have like a similar amount of non-pool.
Oh, Speedster has 1 fewer than supporter, and then defender has 1 more than supporter.
Right. Okay. There it is.
We have 11 speedsters. We have 12 supporters. And then we have 13 defenders.
Yeah, there's like over 90 Pokemon in this game, and we're gonna
And
have
then
like
we
another
have
one like later
26
this week.
attackers.
Yeah, and like even more all arounders.
And yeah, 34
30
all
plus.
rounders.
Yeah, 34.
Everything's an all rounder, baby.
Everything's an all rounder.
Everything's an all rounder. Yeah, so I think like supportive classes usually kind of like ends up being a prio pick in these game twos because you know that there's going to be at least two that are probably going to be gone. For these two teams, it's going to be that Hoopa as well as the Blissey. And then in the bans, we saw the Psyduck get banned. I've seen, I believe, Comfey get banned a couple of times this evening. I've seen Blissey get banned. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, they're just
What's up,
really strong
Larians?
enablers. So like, just get rid of them. But like, that's a supporter at its core. They're just very good enablers, and there's just a lot of them. You can't stop them all. So it's just
Yeah,
bigger
you really
boards, and
can't.
what is your team willing to deal with?
Yeah,
Some are just stronger than others, though.
I would be really shocked if we don't see an Alchemy here in game number 2. I think this Pokemon is super fun to play, but also it's really strong, especially when you have some of those all-rounders. Those cream puffs are super valuable. You could just drop them at the feet in the fight, pick them up. I mean, that's just a huge chunk of healing. I love the Sweet Scent. I think that's so good into both anti-dive, but also enabling a dive. Kind of keeps a Pokemon from trying to flee from you, but also slows down a diver. So I just love that Pokemon so much. I think it's super fun to play. And then that Unite move is obviously very impactful. So I'd be really shocked if we don't see Alchemy here coming out from one of these teams, or maybe banned. But I guess also we've seen Clefable quite a few times this evening too.
Yeah, it got buffed up and like it's just ready to shotgun those gravities. So all the dive. And a lot of moves are under the dash category, but some moves that you think would be aren't in the dash category. So it's a matchup thing. So you have to be careful.
Looks like teams have swapped sides. And we're going to go ahead and get into our draft here for game number 2 of our semifinals. And up in the top portion of the screen, you'll be able to see what Pokemon are banned out because they were selected in the last game, as well as the top 6 bans, 3 per side that either team will go ahead and choose, as well as these 10 previously played. So Psyduck, Zacian going to get banned here.
Yeah, looks like they're going to pretty much stick to the same bans. I wouldn't disagree with it. These ones are very powerful. Though I do see an Elagos this time around. They're going to get rid of that healing support. It is a pretty good one. It's also been buffed up recently. I really just leave it. I'm almost certain there's going to be an Alcremie in this game, like we've been talking about. Almost certain.
Yeah, especially with Eldegoss getting banned too. So this is kind of a strategy that I've started to notice from teams in your game 2s is they're going to start banning some supports that are pretty strong, because as the support roster starts to dwindle later and later in these sets, teams will start to prioritize some. They'll also try to maybe take one away that they don't want to play into or they think would be good against their comp. So we'll see kind of how they attack this draft, AMG, since they do have that first pick.
Yeah, first pick is the best pick, as I have declared. Got to start off strong. Who's it going to be? You're going to take a strong lane partner. You're going to take one of your main guns. A champ is a good first choice. Looks like they're going to have at it. Well, they send it to the jungle, or they're going to send it to the top like normal. Teams have kind of leveraged both.
I mean, Machamp is a support, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's that Eloretta. That's pretty much a support. Over on IMAX's team, they got double trouble here. They got the Gen 2 evolutions. They got Umbreon and Espeon. Very good lane partners. So that's going to be a tough duo to beat. And then, they're highlighting over Alcremie, like we talked about. Who's going to be paired with?
Yeah, I mean, I think. Oh no, they didn't take it. They just baited us. I was really excited to be right about something for once in my life. But it's okay. I still think it's good. Oh, what's up, Big Doob Snacks? Big shout out to Doob.
What's up, man? Thanks for stopping by. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
we got a Sableye and a Dodrio. Sableye pairs so well with Speedsters. Speedsters want as much information as possible before they come in on some off angle on the map, and Sableye just does nothing but provide information.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got
Look,
Doomstacks in
here he
here.
is.
Wait, does he not have permissions? Lordy, give this man permissions.
Hey,
Oh, I love you, Doob.
hey,
Okay, bye.
well, there he goes.
there goes that man.
Come on, there goes that man. Well, that's a couple picks here. We're going to have Megadium as the healing support for the team, and we're going to have Zera Aura going up against the likes of Serena. Another balanced composition for both teams. Like their balanced comps. I pretty much respect that. Balanced comps have an answer for almost every single situation. They don't excel in any one area, but they do a pretty damn good job of it. So let's see how these pairings are going to match up. AMG is going to have to really watch out for the Sableye. It's going to be just moving around on map and just hitting anyone it wants. We're going to have Zero Or here with the full heal, but it might not be enough to deal with Sableye. It's probably going to be using full heal to going with Volt Switch and Discharge as its bread and butter.
Oh, 1,000%. But also one thing that I want to talk about is this is tie-dye on the Sableye. So I love watching what tie-dye is able to do on these disruptor Pokemon. I know a lot of the time you see tie-dye on like kind of these pocket picks, but I think having him on this disruptor can be really detrimental towards AMG. So let's go ahead and see what we're going to have here in our game 2 of our single elim. We are going to see we are going to see a bot path on this Machop. So it is kind of a supporter here.
Yeah, absolutely here. I will say back to Sableye. Sableye is just a nightmare to deal with. It's just everywhere at once. You can't quite catch it, and it's always going to be back for more. Will it get that blue buff in time? No dice. It's there to disrupt the Zero, but it can't win that 1v1. It's getting shredded. It's going to have to already pop the X speed. And it's going to miss on that ball toy. I think he's going to have to bail here. If he stays, he's going to be there to waste more time, but Ash is going to leave his lane partner a little bit behind here, but Lucario's kind of managing on its own on the top. It's going to go. It's that Serena who's currently an apple right now, so can't really do too much. And there it goes. The rest of the secures for Zero Aura.
Yeah, he's able to get that level 5 regardless of the invade, so not doing too bad. Off screen, we do see Espeon take out that Yveltal, so I think that means IMAX's squad's going to be able to press on forward. They do have 4 members down there. AMG is going to likely respond in kind to try to deposit some of their AOs in that T1 goal zone. And yeah, AMG has to do that because they don't really have the ability to match the tempo from IMAX.
They got collapsed. There it is. Sableye pioneering the offensive, and they got sandwiched in, and then no one gets to leave. Absolutely not. You're staying here. You made your bed. You got to sleep in it. Down goes. Down goes Bayleaf. That's a cleanup of there. Sableye going back into that jungle. Back to work. Price in the bag. Can't take a day off.
Can't take a day off. 102-42. So this is going to be a high-scoring game so far with the Sableye Dodrio comp. Here comes Dodrio onto the Zero Aura. Unable to get the KO. Just some of that extra healing from that Bayleaf is going to keep them upright. Big scuffle happening on this T1 pad. Machamp still a Machoke. Going to try to defend some points from going on in. Umbreon double foul play. Gets away.
Right,
but 4 members trying to respond. Big side shock there from the Espeon. Kind of puts a stall on that AMG push.
Yeah, we had Sableye almost taking down the Zero Aura himself. Heroes, oh no. There comes Serena. He went in there a little too greedy. He had to go back and re-heal there. That's going to be a big pick for Serena, all by itself near the top. Both Serena and Dodrio are going to head towards the center, get the Regidrago, but here over at the bottom, we're going to have a Snarl that's been recently buffed up. Here with the Espeon, they're going to be fighting for this farm. Sableye doing the Lord's work, disrupting that Yveltal.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job. Here comes this Umbreon into the Espeon combo. Evolution pairing up for a big play for IMAX's team, but Umbreon going to pay for their sins because they were trying to stack, but somehow able to get away. Once again, saved by the Espeon, forced to use a Unite, able to get that Zeraora away, and they do end up closing it down. Here comes the push from that Dodrio, looking to take down the Meganium. That is the first block that falls. Espeon able to get that double KO. Another combination. He's able to get a triple KO. They're looking for 4. They get it!
This Espeon is just eating good. Sableye like, no, I want to score. Forget your 40. A bit of a flub there, but yep, he took his entrance fee for all these engagements.
So mean. Neither team has really paid attention to either of the objectives that's going on. So they're just really focused on this scoring tempo. And this is kind of what a Dodrio Sableye composition does. And man, they are, it seems like they're having fun.
Yeah, it's just a hit and run, Galera tactics over. That's an ultra combo finish down on Zeraora's head. Next on that chopping block is Lucario. He has nowhere to go, but Blade leaves just like, no, not him. Take me, please. And yeah, Lucario actually gets away. So does.
Let's get away.
Well, I don't know where Bailey's going, but
they're going on a mission. They're got to find their evolution somehow. Not going to find it that way. Only thing they're finding there is the Nurse Joy waiting for them at the Pokemon Center. Lucario's going down. We're going to go ahead and break a little bit. Or that's the second time Tie-Dye has... He's griefing his team.
Oh my, he did that on purpose.
That was intentional for sure.
Yes, entrance fee went to premium. Man, they got to pay for it somehow. Well, Sableye here waiting at the flank. Getting supreme vision. Yveltal's like, that hurt a lot, and now he's going to be right on top of him. Dodrio's ulted. Yveltal is ulted. Lucario's all over him.
Yeah.
Regieleki walks in. Espeon still eating for free. No charge.
No charge.
Goes Dodrio.
It's on the house.
It's on the house. Top pad.
Meals were comped.
Well, this is a development. It is currently 81 to 309. AMG is falling behind fast.
Yeah, it's not looking too good right now. They're gonna find some, I guess, consolation scores here, but they're getting met by an absolute blender. 3 members meet them in the middle. Aaron Mack going back to the Pokemon Center. This Dodrio is absolutely fed as well. 4 members of AMG looking to push this bottom path. The champ going directly for that Espeon. Espeon burns and eject, has to get out of there. And now this push continuously goes on. Yveltal gets met with the Queen Ascendant, and they go back to the Pokemon Center. Machamp trying to run away. Can't hide from the Espeon for too long as they get another double KO.
Yeah, like, no one... So Sableye and Dodrio, they're creating so much pressure in the front. And I mean so much pressure. They don't have time to pay attention to everyone else. And everyone else is Serena and Espeon. They just get to eat for free. You can't ignore these guys. They are blasting these guys to oblivion in the back line.
Indeed. 309, 106, 330 on the clock. There's going to be this Regieleki that could go towards that home goal zone. It looks like IMAX's team might be either stalling this out or calling AMG's bluff to see if they actually want to go for this or not. 4 members are there with Zeraora trailing behind. Might go to the central area, might go down to the bottom path. Either way, Dodrio looking to rip down that basement objective. Espeon hits a nice little combo there on Luca. Forces that Unite move out, charging up the power-up punch. They're going for the Sableye. Good foul play separates them, and they're not able to get it. Regieleki goes to AMG.
Well, meanwhile, at the back, Zeraora is trying to do some cleanup here. Gonna go down, but he got some value. He's reached level 13. Yeah. It's been pretty successful then. He reached level 13. That's one of his main objectives as a jungler. You got to stay pretty fed, but Champ going in with the cross-chop, with the submission, taking down Espeon.
Good job there. Sableye once again on a scout mission here, looking for that Machamp, but they are in that unstoppable form with the submission. Meganium was trying to peel for them and gonna pay for it dearly.
Dinosaur.
Poor dinosaur. 126, 359, 20 seconds until our Kyogre. IMAX's team very, very much in the lead right now.
I will say from that last fight, They traded a bunch, but that trade was actually in AMG's favor. They got some good levels out of it in the late game. We got 3 level 13s on AMG, and we got 2 level 13s and a 14 on IMAX. So the levels, they're not too bad. They're not, they could be worse, but they're not too bad right now. So we're here for the team fight. It's been past 2 minutes. Let's see how this Sableye is going to get things started. There is the attack on Machamp. He's confused, and he's just gone. Goodbye.
Yeah, perfect.
Good. No. That's 2 more.
My goodness.
Oh, no. Ultra combo finish. And Zero is like, my team died. Now what do I do?
Yeah, he's going to try for a hero play. Can they come in with the Spark Wild card?
Everyone.
IMAX's team sees the bluff, finds the play, blows up the Zeraora. Meganium going to be a little bit late to the party. IMAX's team, they are going to 2-0 this set unless something crazy happens here. But that's a fantastic Kyogre fight.
Yep, and there goes the scores. There's not really much AMG can do at this point unless everyone in iPod just puts down the controllers. Sableye gonna give up a buff, so that's one thing, but there goes the bottom pad. The gap just keeps widening. There goes Machamp once again. Whoa, that's a huge Voltal ult. Wow. Wait, hold on. People are actually getting KO'd, but do they have the points to score? They actually don't have enough.
We have some points. I mean, they only need 400. We'll see. But you also have to worry about this Dodrio just continually backcapping, which is what a Dodrio typically does. 100 points does go in. Not all's over yet. We still have time, but it's running out.
Dodrio's like, excuse me, I'm going to start right here. Lucario's like, wait, man, I wasn't ready yet. Come back.
Oh, Scarf gets away. Oh, that was mean. He's breaking some ankles now. Uh-oh.
He's just stalling for time. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, only 10 seconds. It's fine.
Only 10 seconds. The
walk of shame. They're moving on.
Yep.
They're moving on to the finals. It's fine.
Yeah, this is single elimination, so that is going to be the end of AMG's run. Not too bad until the 2-minute mark, and Sableye's like, well, eeny, meeny, miny, you don't get to play anymore. And it was Machamp, and it just went south from there.
5:45 to 26 going to be your final here.
14 kills for Espeon. He was eating.
I mean, 14 KOs, 7 assists. I mean,
they had it on a silver platter. Yeah. No one was even looking at that thing.
Yeah, that was a good SP game for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's what Sableye Dodrio does get you, right? I mean, it's super fun.
Running the duels all over the map.
Oh my god. Look at the damage.
102,000 on just Espeon. No one's come close. All those side strikes, all those side beams, it adds up. It adds up very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you look at the map, and that's kind of the name of the game with the Save Dodrio comp is trying to get off to that early score lead and just kind of running with it, metaphorically and literally running with it, because that Dodrio, those footsteps are quite loud sometimes. But yeah, I mean, I love that composition. It's kind of a classic comp from like almost at this point 2 years ago. A lot of trainers like to bring that into like these high score, high tempo matches. When Rayquaza was still here, it was kind of a way to try to prevent losing because of an unfortunate Rayquaza flip. So we're kind of running it back in a way. And I kind of love some of these classic comps. So I think that's a really fun way to kind of watch things. But that means IMAX's team is moving forward in the bracket stage. They are going to go to the finals. And I believe that means they are going to be taking on Border Buddies, who just took down Exodia 2-0. So we're going to be going into our finals here very soon. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. And don't go too far. Underdunk 86. More to come.
We'll be back.
Alrighty, folks, we are back, and we have one final set. Midnight Claws is on. We have the grand finals. Border Buddies versus IMAX's team. And it looks like Soup Chef on Border Buddies has selected Kyogre. So the one final map that we are going to see is going to be Kyogre for this evening. That's going to conclude us. As I know, many of us probably have work tomorrow. I know I am in that bucket. So appreciate the teams for being flexible to do the BO1 instead of another full set. Because it's already been a pretty long night, pretty fun night overall. So technically all-star mode, but with just one game, it's not really all-star mode, if that makes sense.
Leave it all on the table, and I'll tell you what. Best of one, that's crazy. But it's Midnight Claws, as you said. We got to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
They're just going to leave it all on the table on the Kyogre map. Let's see what they come up with.
You know, you got to figure it out. You got to throw your best comp forward at this point. I imagine we'll see the normal bans. We'll probably see Feraligatr in there, maybe the Yveltal. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Blissey. I feel like a lot of teams have been prioing that Blissey early on in these sets, just because if it's available, you don't know if teams are going to ban it out for the rest of it. So teams have been selecting it. We've seen Meganium a few times. We've seen Clefable a little bit earlier in the evening. One thing that we've seen banned pretty much every game has still been that Psyduck. We cannot get this thing played ever because teams hate playing against this thing.
It's just too tanky for its own. It's too good at its job, pretty much. Too tanky, too influential. It's like a glorified stun bot with legs.
Yep.
He's just too hard to deal with. So just get him off the board.
True. It's so true. It's so true. And also big shout out Pimsky. Thanks for the raid. Hopefully your stream was well. And thanks to everybody who raided. We had a few raids. We had Pimsky, we had the Meowry raid. So pretty good day, obviously. Obviously, thanks for all the follows. And not potluck. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. 14 months is crazy. Big potluck. But yeah, we're kind of moving. We're moving through us. I think we're waiting on one. Okay, no, we have everybody in the lobby, so I think we're just waiting for ready checks at this point. We'll get on with our grand finals BO1. Both of these teams have really showed up. We saw Border Buddies in our first round set, and then we've seen IMAX's team twice now, once in the Swiss, and then obviously in that last round. This should be a really good set because Border Buddies has been looking really good all day, really all evening long. Probably off stream, but definitely when they were on stream, they looked really good.
I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see how they go up against IMAX's team. These guys have pretty much been unstoppable. So let's see what happens.
Yeah. So like Border Buddies, Soup Chef Sautami. Adam Ninja is the alternate. He was in chat a little bit ago, or maybe not a little bit ago, probably a couple hours ago at this point, was saying, I see a level 15 Urshian. I already knew who it was. And Sao on the Urshi. It was right. They were 1000% right. I mean, as we start to conclude the night, obviously elephant in the room for everybody has been, what's the future of Unite look like? We don't know.
We don't know.
We have no idea.
We don't have the answers.
But we will tell you that we will be here until the very end. We will be going down with the ship as it sinks.
Constant.
Yeah, I'll be in the Titanic, like when the captain is like in the captain's room and everything's falling around and water's rushing in. I'll be just there with the cigar, just watching it all happen.
I'll be playing violins outside. And it's been an honor as the ship goes down.
Exactly. You get it. We have one final game though. And as we go through, we're seeing some bans that we haven't seen all night. Okay, this is making me wonder if there's a crash somehow, but Wigglytuff, not a normal ban. Leafeon, I guess, makes sense into IMAX's team. But the Delphox ban, I am confused.
That is confusing. What?
Yeah,
what are
right?
these- Did someone crash with these? And this is how they want to go out. I mean, it's up to them. This is their one game, their one shot to try to win this. But I know Trevenant can kind of make sense. Trevenant is a wonderful defender in my opinion. But yeah, again, look, Gladios and Delphi, those are really interesting. So they're just gonna let Fraligator rock. I mean,
Yeah.
cool.
I
guess.
mean, yeah, I guess. Cool, I guess. Yeah, I mean, for alligators, it's been unchained. This is the first time I think we're gonna see it tonight. And they just get it first pick for free. I'm looking at the Star GG chat. Don't see anybody saying that someone crashed.
If they
so
don't pick Psyduck, if they do not pick Psyduck at this point,
you gotta pick Psyduck.
Oh wait.
I mean, I guess you gotta pick Umbreon too. But Psyduck goes somewhere, right? Like
it has to.
I think Bubble Beam kind of. Actually, I don't know. Depends on what the backline is. Oh, I need to switch the sides also. Fire production. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. I got it right.
There it is.
Lapras, Scyther slash Scissor. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. I get the Lapras. Lapras has been getting played a lot, and I've actually played a little bit of Lapras, and it's really fun.
Yeah, it's just its bulk is back where it needs to be. Just there, alive, water pulsing, bubble beaming,
thriving, hydrated.
Yes, staying hydrated. That's basically what it's doing. But speaking of, we're looking at Saitomi and stuff. We got Moltres and we got Machamp. Wait, hold on. I see a Psyduck highlighted. Or the commit, I'm not entirely sure. Psyduck could just kind of fit anywhere on any team because he just provides so much value. And Psyduck would really enhance the Sylveon here, as well as the Fraligator. These are some mean picks from IMAX's team.
Mm-hmm. Now you gotta find something to take care of the Sylveon because otherwise it goes kind of unchecked. I do like having that Espeon for a little bit of range. I think that would be really good. I think I guess you could just go triple all-rounder. Huh. I don't know how much I like triple all-rounder into Sylveon.
Yeah, Sylveon just gets to literally yell at them for a while.
I guess like you do have some dive, right? Like Machamp could really make that beeline towards that Sylveon with the submission.
And if they're technically all dive, technically.
Yeah, I mean, really.
They would walk right at somebody and wax them off the map. But while that happens, Fraligator's gonna be chopping away. That is another thing. So, not sure. This gonna be a pretty scrappy game. Both teams have very good engages. A little bit more supports on the side of IMAX. A little more utility, I should say, on the side of IMAX. A lot of perversions are just about to conclude here. And if there's just no crashes or no errors, it looks like this is just going to be the final game. I'm pretty surprised.
This is going to be the final game. Not ever. Just for the evening. We'll be back in a couple of weeks. Let's get to it. Grand finals, single elim, best of one. This is for all the marbles, and it was a crash.
I've been rused.
We've been bamboozled.
You thought they were just going to have Psyduck and Fraligator in your dreams.
We've been bamboozled.
Well, that was a couple minutes wasted. Let's try that again. Draft is a long, long process. Looks like we're getting updates from our tournament organizers.
All right.
Oh, I imagine it has to be a redraft because those drafts don't make sense. At least the bands don't. So.
Okay, so I'm reading. I was reading through the Start GG just so we could figure out what's.
Oh, no problem.
What's the deal? Yeah, so we had crashes on the band, so we're gonna have completely new draft.
Brand new draft. All right. Our all-star best of one.
All-star
Well,
best of one. We couldn't go out without at least one crash or tech issue, right? I think that's kind
it's
of the
got to
rule.
be authentic.
It's got to
Just
be the
think,
rule. It's got to be the rule. But we are
when
going to come.
When Worlds happens, it's going to be the last time everyone has to sit through all the crashes. Oh my goodness. I can't wait. Behold, the last set of crashes for Worlds. You'll never see it again.
Okay.
Well,
so
we're moving on to the ban phase.
Do we still have the Leafy ban? We still
that
have
makes
the Leafy
sense.
ban.
That absolutely makes sense. There is Bliss. That also makes sense. So far, so good. Ban phase is moving along. I should see a Fraligator about now. We're gonna have to wait and see, unless there's just gonna be another ban. What is going on? I see a Mr. Mime. I see a Latios. They're not bad bans. They're just not what I'm expecting.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this is definitely
It's the same bans as before, basically. What is happening? Did they crash again?
Hope not.
2 times in a row? So if there's a midnight clause, is there like a 1 a.m. clause? Asking for a friend. I see Charizard Y here. Starting off strong. I mean, that's a strong pick. There's no way that they didn't crash again, right?
They did.
All right, okay.
I'm going to crash out.
Oh my God. 2 times in a row. That has not happened yet tonight, has it? 2 times in a row? Crashing? Doubt it. That's actually rare for 2 times in a row. I think they're just gonna you just have to reset the lobby. Everyone reset their systems. Fresh load in, new servers, new everything. But hey, the triple Charizard team's pretty hot. There was actually a game in NAIC when one team just picked triple Charizard and all-arounder and like a Mamoswine. And they won that game. Triple Charizard's real, man. You gotta watch out for it. All these picks don't really matter. They're just kind of here. Though it would be exciting to see how this match plays out. Well, I say exciting, but it probably would be a bloodbath until absolute late game. Well, one unfortunate thing is you can't skip out a draft early. That's just not a feature. Add it to the patch notes. Add it to the to-do list.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's wasn't a crash. I think it's the way that the all-star mode doesn't like if you end the game immediately, it like took those out immediately. So yeah,
that's like
unfortunate.
That's there, then you like forget about it. So that's an easy mistake to make. Well, that's another few minutes wasted.
Yep.
And it's already 12:20 and counting for one game. Kyle
gonna
is
see me
furious.
Just off myself on stream.
About to throw a kitchen sink at somebody. Oy, oy, oy. Well, don't worry, folks. We're going to get this game lickety split. I know you guys are going to stay the distance. Stay strong. Stay resilient.
Got it.
You guys love this game. That's why you guys are here. So it's just more Unite to have. This is the Unite experience for good or ill. Accept all of it or none of it.
Oh, Unite. Never change.
Never, ever change. I'm just waiting for Unite 2, Electric Boogaloo. Unite 2 is going to be awesome. It's going to be so cool. We're going to be able to walk around with our avatars and everything. And keep none of our stuff from Unite 1, so we have to start over. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. See what the deal is. Okay. All right, looks like we're getting everybody back ready.
looks like we're back. Yeah, we should be able to hop right into it. Wait, should we? Well, it wasn't a crash, so it should be fine, right? Right?
Yeah, I sure hope so. Honestly, I really hope so. I really hope so.
3 crashes in a row, or 3 resets in a row, I should say, would be
if there's something else that happens, I'm just ending and tell everybody to watch the final match on YouTube, no commentary, because I need to go to bed.
I feel that.
I swear to God.
All right. For the 3rd time in a row. First ban for Alligator. Things are looking on the up and up. Next ban. Let's see. It better not be Latios. Oh my God. Don't tease me. Latios might be real. Who knows? I know Snorlax is. Delphox is. Okay. I'm assuming these are target bans. I'm hoping these are target bans. Next is Leafeon. That is real for
I think
sure.
Reverie played some Delphox earlier, and they played it pretty well.
Delphox ban is nuts.
Yeah, it is kind of
But
nuts.
hey, it's nuts. Hey, man, get it off the board, get off the board. And there is the Blissey. All right. I can believe this ban
Bans
system.
are the same. We're good there.
All right. Let's
We're
see.
finally picking. Okay.
We're finally here. We're finally here. For the best of one. We're finally here. Umbreon first pick. How do you feel about Umbreon being like bumped up again? Because that's just one of those ones that like you should not, in my opinion, you shouldn't really have to touch that thing on the patch.
Yeah,
notes.
it's kind of one of those fickle Pokemon. If you touch it and you buff it even like a little bit, it becomes almost unKOable. If you nerf it, then it's just so like delicate. But I think it's still always really good because that Unite move is so impactful in the right moment and against the right team too, right?
Absolutely.
You do get the Sylveon for Border Buddies. I still think this Pokemon's insane.
Yep. Hybrid Voice, its damage is toned down, but like it still does good damage. And like the real benefit of like that move is just the special defense reduction. And who's gonna capitalize off of that? That Moltres. That's a special attacker right there. Back on the left. IMAX finally has access to Zacian. I haven't seen that all night. Can't wait to see that in the best of one. Finally, let's end strong here. We're gonna have Hoopa along with Buzzwole.
Okay.
All
right.
Stops.
Oh, this could be really scary. Sautami on the Darkrai.
Darkrai
it's gonna pivot away from that. I think there are a couple options here that you could go with. I thought that for sure we were gonna maybe see the Meowscarada, which would have been fun, but no, they do end up locking up the Darkrai, so it's kind of a one big shutdown Unite move. I imagine they're gonna probably look at Scarf to try to shut them down in these big fights.
That would be a good choice. Darkrai is just that one species who's just allowed to attack you from the front and just be fine. He doesn't have to play from an off angle. He has that luxury. That's a really powerful tool. He goes, I believe, what's the name of the move where he actually goes underground? Is it actually called Dark Void?
No, Dark Void is the balls that like he shoots out of his
hand.
That one's Dark Pulse, which to me makes no sense. I think it's backwards.
Dark Void is, it's just the one it throws, but Dark Pulse is the one that goes on the ground. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I think it's voids backwards on the floor, but
I've always thought it's backwards. I don't know, man. All right. Ho-Oh though, so they have like 2 really impactful Unites for Border Buddies with that Ho-Oh and that Darkrai. So yeah, I mean, this could be pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I did not register that in my brain. There's a Ho-Oh there,
yeah. You don't see it too often,
see that,
but I think Soup Chef did take it a little bit earlier today too. Let's get into it. Grand Finals, Grand Finals, single Elim. Double EV in the bottom side for IMAX's team. It's going to be an additional EV for the Border Buddy. So 3 EVs in the bottom path.
So yeah, that third EV, that Sylveon EV, is going to have a tougher time. It has Secures on the weaker end, but that's what Tailwind Ho-Oh is for. There it is. It kind of split down the middle. The Espeon got some and the Ho-Oh got one. And now they're going to show Sylveon's trying to get some stacks in. That should be an easy enough secure for the Espeon. Yep, there it is. And another one for Umbreon. That's pretty big already at level 4.
All right, yeah, level 4 has a few stacks in. Gonna stay on this side of the map, stay alive. Look for some last hits. Oh, and he gets another one. Can he get another stack in?
These easy
Sure
stacks.
able to. Sure as right as rain, as sure as sun. IMAX is going to get those early stacks in. Psyshock does miss the mark. Soup Chef able to sidestep that one. Really nice play there.
Yep, well, it was right there in the back, but can't really do too much. Again, Sylveon's actual weakness is its early game until 4. So it needs a strong lane partner. Ho has good secure with Talon, but they just couldn't quite get those secures. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Ho is getting pretty much shredded. Not much you can do. Here comes the Darkrai. Can't do too much to save it, so they're going to have to disperse here and reset the neutral.
Ooh, and they're going to catch IMAX a little bit out of position. Former teammates, can Sao get the best of them as IMAX is continually putting some pressure on. You do have the reset of the cooldowns, and IMAX still able to get away to safety. They're going to look for the Hoopa
Oh,
portal.
he missed
They
the
were out of
bus!
it.
No!
They
He missed the bus!
Oh, that's so sad. Because they could have got the berry too, but I
thought they were,
kind
but
of
then
like
saw
zigged when they should have zagged.
Yeah, he didn't commit to one, so like, and then he gets nothing. So
Ooh,
that's a
Sylveon
huge
getting
Metal
blasted is
Claw.
Crazy.
And the side of passive saving him. He's actually might get KO'd here. Yep, there it is. The basic attack on him.
Ooh, nice little beam there from the Espeon. Gonna get converged upon 3 members from IMAX team, able to take that KO. Couple points in, I think at this point, IMAX might be mostly stacked up. Double foul play back into the Hoopa portal.
Ooh,
Gonna get them over
side
here.
strike.
Low HP bars on the Sylveon. Are they gonna be able to get Ambu? They do. Umbreon takes out that fairy type counter rival. And now the Darkrai is going to eject into getting that KO of the Umbreon. They've had enough with that Pokemon.
Umbreon made a good decision. He recognized it was going to get KO'd, so you might as well divert the attention of the enemy team away from yours. Give them more of a chance to reset.
I like that play. Reggie Rock in the bottom path. Does look like IMAX's team gonna start putting a little bit of pressure on, but Ho-Oh is gonna get a little bit of vision. Hyper Voice, here comes IMAX. Here comes a Unite move. Zacian able to get it and immediately goes to the Hoopa portal, gets the refresh on that HP bar. Gonna try to defend this T1 goal zone. Espeon pressing forward with those side shocks. Here comes Darkrai. Hyper Voice gonna send everybody scattering. Top side goes pretty well. Regieleki walks and breaks that T1.
Well, now more farmers available for IMAX's team. They're going to have to be very careful moving on in. They have Buzzwole here going Leech Life. I do like Leech Life on Buzzwole. It keeps it pretty, like, immortal. Gets a lot of chances to stay into the fight. Down goes Zacian, going out a little bit early here. They're going to really need him for this team fight. There is no Hoopa portals right now. Hoopa's just not on the board. He actually got KO'd himself. There comes the Hyper Voice, and there is the Umbreon Unite. Down goes Ho-Oh. Not level 9 yet. Doesn't have any ults to supply the team. He's level 7. And down goes Buzzwole.
Yeah, Romeo and Juliet, little play there as Buzzwole and the Sylveon both go down simultaneously. I think Espeon was actually the one to get the KO, though. 47-87, as neither team really has an objective to fight over, but they do have these birds to fight over. Both teams heavily interested in gaining that XP. Does get split a little bit. Scarf hovering around at level 10. You have to really start worrying about this level 11 Moltres. It's kind of been silently the level leader here.
Yeah, just winning all of its fights, keeping its pad alive, moving in with the team. Zacian trying to get some points to the center. But back on the bottom, we got the Wonder Twins holding down the line of bottom pad. There's the Hyper Voice, making everyone a little bit passive. We have Ho here with the Sky Attack moving in. Gonna get chased around. Psyduck's gonna have to ult to try to save its life. Down goes Umbreon. That is a huge one. That is a huge frontliner that's now gone. Will Border Buddies make a play for it? There's no objective at the bottom right now, so they're gonna have to use the numbers advantage to make a play over here. But there is the Espeon Unite. Down goes Hoopa. You hate to see it. Zacian's gonna charge his ult to kind of back away. That's another huge side strike. Darkrai's gonna have to also back up itself. Registeel is here. Moltres is starting to hit it. There's a fire spin to minimize some of the damage. Zacian has its Well, it just uses the Unite move, but they're secure from Espeon. Down goes Oh once again. Next on the chopping block should be Darkrai. He's making some serious play. Down goes Hoopa once again, but taking down Darkrai along too. Double KO for Espeon, and now they're going to attack the bottom pad. Warrior Buddies can't really do much to defend it. Zacian's on a tear. There goes the Sylveon Unite. Ho-Oh is back on the force with Fire Spin. Moltres is back. There's a Bubble Beam from Psyduck. There is an uppercut from Bustle, but he's going to go down right here. And now here comes the clap back for Border Buddies. Hoopa is ulting in, trying to get reinforcements. Zacian's over at the enemy jungle. Now he's at the bottom, coming in for the cleanup. Down goes Sylveon. Here comes the Hoopa. Strong, a double combination with the ults. Zacian's getting a good slash in, moving in with the agility, getting a triple KO. Here comes, this has been such a long exchange, but now here's finally the payoff. Here's going to be the cleanup. There's another KO, a quad for Zacian. He's going to have to back up. There's a clap back to the clap back. Reinforcements, other reinforcements has arrived, and now we're going to finally be able to breathe.
Yeah, breathe, my friend, breathe. Your shift is over at the casting factory. Holy moly. Yeah, a lot happened during that fight, but also not a lot happened. They were fighting down in this bottom path for so long. And all for yeah, like 20 points total. Neither of the goal zones go down, so you exchange some EXP, and really what comes of it is Zacian's level 14. But we're not able to really break any pads. And honestly, that's going to sit in the advantage of IMAX's team, because Zacian doesn't really need that extra AOS energy because it's got full pockets, so they're fine with depriving, or Zacian needs the extra AOS energy, so they're fine with just leaving this goal zone up for quite a bit, depriving some EXP from the Border Buddies. And right now, I mean, they're kind of sitting pretty on their levels.
Yep, I do agree with the play that Umbreon tried to do. Just, he had 5 points to try to get it in, remove some stage positioning here. So Border Buddies has to kind of like decide with like just sticking on the top.
Yeah.
But he couldn't quite get it. I respect it. Got the ult charge out of it. It's fine. He's level 11. There's not much levels he gives away. Almost time for the final fight. He's already at the center. He's already where he needs to be, at the front. He's ready to get active. There is the foul play.
Oh.
Goodbye, Sylveon. He has to ult. He almost got shredded to pieces from that one exchange. Here comes the fight. Zacian's going in, but Moltres attacking the backline. Gonna get uppercutted by Bustle. Bustle eats all around us for breakfast. Here comes Zacian with another ult, getting massive damage. There goes the Moltres. Next on the try block. Darkrai tried to ult Zacian, but whiffed, and that everyone should see that. Bustle's going down, so it's now at 4v5. Health are low. Down goes what? Hoopa gets. He makes the bus on time, and he's out of there. So, Border Buddies is going to start ripping this objective. Zacian's all alone here, but Hoopa's going to now ult in, bringing the rest of his team. Darkrai's all over the Hoopa. He's going to be ulting him, getting him out, getting those stuns out of there. The only stuns I have to rely on is the SM, but it's going to get taken down by the Bubbles from Psyduck. Next on the chopping block is Umbreon fighting the Sylveon, but that is a bit of a mismatch here. Doesn't have enough damage or follow-up. He's just there to be a glorified stun bot, if you ask me. Over at the bottom, though, we're going to have a bit of an exchange from, I think, Zacian and Buzzwole, and now it's a bit of a stalemate here. That was all for no points. So,
yeah, not
it's
a whole
just
lot.
repeating itself.
Yeah, 45 seconds left. IMAX's team still in the lead. They'll know that they have a small one going into these final exchanges. Oh, Buzzwole might get caught here. Leech Life is going to keep them up for a little bit longer. But regardless, result is the same. They're going back to the Pokemon Center. Zacian, Scarf, able to take down the Darkrai. That's a big KO. Moltres forced to use the Unite move, but they're able to get away. Ho-Oh, unable to really do a whole lot there. Not a whole lot of crowd control. Oh, and they get shot. Espeon able to converge on them, get another KO, and now there's 3 members down. Hoopa looking for some scores on the back end. Sylveon trying to defend it. They're going to be able to. But regardless, IMAX's team, they should be able to come out victorious here. Border Buddies unable to score, and unfortunately, despite having a goal zone advantage, they're down.
You mean to tell me no one scored for like 5 minutes?
Yeah, dude. That was crazy.
That's the final. That's how it ends.
What was the fight? I need to see the score line. I need to see the score. Like, when was that the score? And then when did we stop? Because that's crazy.
Oh my goodness. That's how the game ends. Oh, we have 5 pens. We'll be fine. Wait, we lost? But how? How indeed?
Insane.
They had all their pads and they lost. That's the
Scarf
story you're gonna
Scarf and
tell.
IMAX kind of went sicko mode during that last fight.
Yep. Yes, they did. Zacian lying in wait in that bush. I think that was the play of the game that solidified their victory.
Yeah.
They had Bora Buddies had the number advantage at the bottom. They're moving in with the Darkrai, the Moltres, the Ho-Oh, the Psyduck walked into the bush. Zacian's just charging up, slashing to bits the Darkrai. Next on the chopping block is Moltres, and then the Ho got hit with the 12 gauge from the Espeon. Wonderful plays from IMAX's team.
Insane work. Insane work. Good stuff here from both of these teams. IMAX's team comes out victor. Okay, yeah, look at this. They scored at the... Okay, well, I guess it was 113 at the 2-minute mark. So, yeah, I mean, it stayed like that way for quite some time. All right.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and end up here. Let's raid on out.
That one game took about 40 minutes.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy? Looks like Pikadiff is streaming, so we'll go ahead and raid our good friend Pikadiff. Well, everybody, it's been real. We'll be back. I'm not sure if we're having something next week, but if not, the week after. It's been super fun. I know it's a very dark time. It's in the Unite history right now, but hopefully we can focus on the positives, the good times that have happened and have still yet to be had. We still have a whole year, maybe not these in-person events, but there's still a lot to be really excited for. But with that said, trainers, we're going to go ahead and end here. Underdunk 86 is over, and we're going to be out, and we'll be back very, very soon. So don't go too far. We'll see you next time, and say hello to Pikadiff for us. Okay, bye-bye.
See ya.